what state parties are doing, what's working and what's not working, because centralized decision-making in any kind of crisis is a bottleneck. When it comes to a pandemic response, it can be deadly. But even when it's something political, what we get the best decisions by seeing what people are doing more of what's working, and doing less of what doesn't work. So we really appreciate what you guys are doing. I appreciate Michigan's leadership for recognizing the outbreak early and adapting to not endanger anyone's health or safety. From the perspective of the National Convention, we have a couple of goals that are guiding our decision-making process. We want to have a presidential candidate nominated, and we want that candidate to be on all 50 state ballots as they were in 2016. We want as many people who are credentialed to the convention to be able to participate safely and effectively as possible. Those two guiding principles are what underlies all of the decisions that we will make. At this point, we have not made any new decisions. The status of the convention hotel is it's currently closed. We don't know how long that's going to last. It's been a couple of weeks, and they're reevaluating after they get through that time. They don't have as much demand for rooms right now. We were closely tracking the University of Texas at Austin. Their commencement was scheduled for the same weekend as our convention. They have now postponed that commencement, which makes sense. A large in-person gathering, especially one that's ceremonial, may not be the right thing to do at this time. We are watching very closely what the mayor of Austin is doing as far as orders for gatherings. At this time, I believe the current order in Austin is no gatherings over 10 are allowed. That had dropped down from 250 and then down to 50 and is now at 10 according to the latest CDC guidance. The governor of Texas has implemented emergency orders that have started the first travel restrictions we've seen. When the order was initially implemented, I think last week, airline travelers from New York, New Jersey, or New Orleans, Louisiana, were ordered to self-quarantine for 14 days upon arrival in Texas under penalty of law. That's a little bit, from a public safety perspective, it's a little bit ineffective to only do point-to-point quarantines, but governments don't always make sense. We're just trying to keep track of what they're doing. Texas has now also set up orders that people entering the state from Louisiana are ordered to self-quarantine for 14 days. So the biggest challenges we're seeing right now is going to be, can people get to Austin? And will that be safe for them? Will they have to get to Austin 2 weeks prior to the opening of convention in order to not violate any laws? Will we be able to have an in-person meeting at that facility at all? Will the facility be open? And if we can have an in-person meeting, are there adjustments we have to make to do good social distancing? I know the Louisiana convention is operating right now at the same time, and they are doing an in-person convention, but they've reorganized their room in order to provide better social distancing. I believe many members are wearing masks, doing the things that we do to try and keep each other safe and healthy. One of the contingencies right now would be for there to be a small in-person convention with whatever delegates can make it to Austin. And then at the very opening of convention, adjust the agenda so that all we do is select Libertarian National Committee members, select a presidential and vice presidential nominee, and select a judicial committee, deferring bylaws and platform to a later convention or the 2022 convention. As you probably have started to figure out, if you haven't already figured it out, online meetings take longer and are more difficult to make work than in-person meetings. But whatever we do, if we adjust the convention rules to allow remote participation at the beginning of the convention in Austin, we will endeavor to make sure that as many delegates who are credentialed from all 50 states and the District of Columbia are able to participate meaningfully in the selection of our presidential, vice presidential, and national committee members and judicial committee members. If something happens where we are not able to have a convention, one of the contingencies is to have that vacant nomination be done by the national committee, because the convention will become an impossibility. And so even though the bylaws require a convention, underlying everything under parliamentary law and under Roberts is this idea that you can't make an organization do something that is impossible. And so if that was the process, the vibe that I get from most other members of the National Committee is we would attempt to do some sort of rounds of voting for preference of the credentialed delegates, maybe by email or through some sort of online system, or by soliciting votes from the state or the delegation chairs, delegating that down to the states, so that the National Committee, even if we are forced to fill the presidential and vice presidential nominations ourselves, would be doing it with the direction of the delegates, even though we weren't able to meet in person in a convention. We could have some magical cure by then and we all just end up back in the room in Austin. I think that's probably not greatly likely right now. This is spreading and is likely to be with us for quite a long time. So that's kind of where we are. I'm happy to entertain questions, although, I don't know if I have the answer, but I'm happy to try and answer if anyone has questions, and I'll let Mr. Stempfel coordinate those in order to not turn into a free-for-all.
Okay, there is 3 minutes left. I will, if you want to have a question, please use the raise hand icon or raise your hand and wave it. I'm going to scroll through really quickly to see if anyone has any question. All right, I see. All right, I will recognize Jeff Wood.
Mr. Sarwark, if we did skip hearing the platform and bylaws reports at the convention this year, would the current platform and bylaws committees be replaced or keep going until 2022?
Technically, that's up to the LNC. I think they would want to have them keep going because they didn't have an opportunity to present their reports, but it is a choice of the new LNC, whether or not that's an LNC that's selected at the convention, or the other way that we can change the LNC, because if we don't have a convention, the LNC has to keep serving, and not every member of the LNC wants to continue serving. And so we might be able to do some sort of preference and a series of resignations and replacements by the committee. But I think that it would make the most sense to me to have those committees continue their work because they had work that they weren't able to present.
All right, Luke Scabaris, you had your hand up. Did you have a question?
Yeah, just wanted to ask, if things stay exactly as they are now, all orders and edicts and whatnot, is there a hard date that the executive committee is looking at as we need to have a decision made if this is, or is the decision already made that we're having it until we absolutely cannot? And I ask because right now it's very easy for me to cancel plane tickets and to cancel Airbnb reservations because all the companies are, backing themselves up. So what I would hate to see is we delay until, those benefits have passed.
So we are probably going to, we're trying not to make decisions too early because I think a lot of people have made decisions too early around the country. I think we've seen a lot of that. I would like to have there be a final decision no less than 3 weeks out from the opening gavel of convention. I think 3 weeks is about as long as we can do in this, every day is a week with change lately. So 3 weeks out gives you time to change travel plans. It gives people time if they do have to go and self-quarantine in Texas for 14 days prior to convention. It gives time for that. And, you know, I feel like that's as close as we can cut it. So probably by, you know, May 1st or thereabouts is my goal for having a final decision.
I understand. Thank you.
All right. That was 11 minutes. So I will thank Nick for his time today. I wish him the best of luck moving forward with convention planning. I don't envy the position he's in, but you have my promise as chairman of the Michigan Party that we will do everything we can to accommodate and assist you with whatever you decide to do.
Well, thank you guys very much for taking the time out of your business to hear from me. And please feel free and ask questions if you have them. Probably through your regional rep is the easiest way, but you can always reach out to me directly as well. You guys have a great convention, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So that's the latest from National. We back to item of business. I called to order. I was in the middle of opening remarks. I wanted to finish a little bit of a Zoom orientation. Jamie.
Is Larry still checking people in? I see we got a couple of people in the waiting room that need to get verified.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. I admitted Dan Goebel because I didn't want him to miss what Nick was saying. Larry, so Dan Goebel is not been credentialed.
We also have a 734 area code there as well.
Okay, so I will create a breakout room.
I'll get Mr. Goebel. He's
Okay.
good. I'll check him in. He is verified.
So then I'm going to admit the 734 number, and I will put that person
Thank you.
into
Pardon me, Larry, what delegation is Mr. Goebel with?
West Michigan.
The West Michigan delegate.
All right, I'm having a little trouble with the breakout rooms because I'm going to delete the current credentials room and create a new one. And so there's two 734 numbers. I'm going to assign both of those numbers. And Jeff Patel, I'm going to assign you to be in. I'm also going to let Larry Johnson be in credentials breakout room. You don't have to be, but you have the option now.
Okay.
Okay, so part of the Zoom orientation is, as the host, I'm the only one that can assign people to breakout rooms. So it shouldn't be a problem, but when we get to congressional district reps, I will have to actually do that. And I've got a list of everyone. I can do that on the fly. So. All right, more aspects of Zoom orientation. So I wanted to, we tried this earlier, but I wanted to get everyone to try to raise their hand again. Many of you will have a series of icons under the participant list. And I want to see if we can get almost everyone, if not 7/8 of everyone, to raise their hand. Something I forgot about earlier is that I am recording the meeting. It was my intention to start recording a few moments before I called it to order. I did not. I started recording 3 minutes after I called it to order, which was a few seconds after Nick started speaking. Mr. Lewis, your hand is raised.
You said for everybody to raise their hand, and that's the only way I can do it because I don't have that icon because I'm a co-host.
Okay.
So I was just following instructions.
Okay. So when it'll be a multiple combination of things I'll consider when deciding whether or not something passes. So one other quick exercise I wanted to go through is we also have a yes or no option. in the same set of icons that the hand raises were. So I want to do one quick exercise with the yes or no icons. So the question for this exercise is pineapple a valid pizza topping? Yes or no? That is the question that I want you to answer.
Mr. Chair, could you define valid pizza and topping?
That is up to the interpretation of the voter. All right, so most of you have voted, and it looks like,
recorded vote.
pardon?
Can I request a recorded vote?
That is being recorded. I am going to rule that pineapple is a valid pizza topping. All right. Other Zoom orientation things I think I mentioned before the meeting started, but if you're on the phone, to raise your hand is *9, and to mute and unmute is *6. So there's a couple of co-hosts I'm going to need assistance because I can only view so many people at once. So if someone raises their hand and I don't call on them for a while, please alert me. All right, credentials report. Larry, how are you with credentials? Are you ready to give us a report? Or are you actually even in this room? I'm checking to see who's in the breakout room. Larry, Jeff Patel, and James Hudler are in there, so I can't kick Larry out. I guess I will have to close.
Larry informed me a few minutes ago that there were 3 delegate statuses that they were following up on. I haven't seen any update from him if any of those were resolved, so I assume they're still working on them.
All right, well, I want to get a credentials report now from him, so can I reach out to him while he's in there without?
You can send me and I can mention to him if you want.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
would you tell people to unvote and unraise their hands if they've forgotten?
Yes. Everybody, would you please lower your hand and turn your vote off? So Andrew, I'm through you into credentials. Please tell Larry to return. All right. I do need a credentials report for us to proceed to the next agenda item because that is relevant to that. While we're waiting for our credentials report, are there any questions about the platform or anything about the proceedings that anyone wants to ask me right now, since we have a little bit of time? Mike Saliba has his hand raised.
Can you give us a rundown of how the Lime survey is going to work?
Yeah, so part of the credentialing process is validating your email or putting in the token for your email on the Lime survey. So only credentialed delegates will be given a survey. Everyone that was a delegate is in there in case they show up. We preloaded it, but only the people that are credentialed will get a survey. It's got a one-time authentication code that will be sent to your email once we finish voting for once we finish nominations and speeches for National Convention delegate. When we did a mock convention, we found that a few domains weren't working. 2 people with an AT&T.net and 1 person with an SBCglobal.net email for some reason just wouldn't work. So we got alternate emails for those individuals. And we also could send someone a link via Facebook or text if we know who you are, if for some reason that doesn't work. The code expires, you can only vote once, and it's secured. It'll be an anonymous voting process. The results will be in kind of a weird output format, and they will ultimately need to be, I think, put it into Excel spreadsheet if it's going to be. I'm not sure about that. I think Andrew may have fixed that, but that's kind of how it was going to work. Griffin, you had your hand up next.
For reference, in the LPM convention packet,
Yes.
on the bottom of page 3, there are written notes about the Zoom video conferencing,
Yes.
telling people how to use the emoticons.
Right. Telling people is one thing, doing it in real life is another, since my screen capture was from a platform that not other people have, I found out. So. All right, is Larry Johnson back in the main room?
Not yet. I informed him we were waiting on him for a credentials report, but he was working on, and that we wanted him to join ASAP, but he was finishing up a couple of items with Jeff.
Okay,
He did
I don't want to rush that. I'm sorry, go ahead. I cut you off.
He did ask that you move James Hudler back from the breakout room into this room as his matter was addressed.
I don't have that ability.
I think you can just remove him from the breakout room assignment if that's a possibility. He's done with all the business needed in there.
It doesn't give me the option.
Okay.
I want to see if I can find him on the participant list, if I can do that. And since the participant list is only in rough alphabetical order.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I need you to close the current breakout room so that we can get Mr. Hudler in the session with us.
All right, it's closing. It'll close in 54 seconds. So
okay,
they can leave voluntarily, or they can wait a minute to be forced.
He's on the phone, and I don't even know how to do it, so I couldn't explain to him how to do it, and I don't know if he would be able to if I did explain it to him.
All right. Are you able to give a credentials report at this time?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Johnson, you have the floor.
Okay. One moment. I may have spoke just a moment too soon. I want to verify something. Yes, okay. We have elevated John George, Mr. Commons, Andy Evans, Richard Hewer, Paul Vanier, and I apologize if I butchered your name, and Zach Moreau to be delegates. And they were originally as alternates. There was room on all of their delegations for them to be elevated. Luke, you currently still have a pending payment of dues issue. And Kristen, you paid, but there are can you take care of that, Greg?
Has Anthony been Anthony was here earlier.
Yes, I believe he was. I'll double check. Yes, and he is checked in. Yes, thank you. So Kristen, we're still waiting on a confirmation from on the payment, but you probably will be fine.
Hey Larry, can you read off the names that were elevated one more time, a little slower?
Joshua Commons,
okay.
John George, Andy Evans. My apologies to Jason Evans, but your delegation is full. Richard Hewer, Paul Vanier, and Zachary Moreau. And that gives us, one moment. Let me sort by check in. No, let me sort first by delegate. Let me do a
Greg.
quick.
Is Greg there?
This is Greg. Hi, James.
Hi. I thought you had a degree in biochemistry.
That's out of order.
Oh, all right.
But it's in molecular biology.
Oh, okay. Because Larry said it was in virology. That's where I used to work.
This is the quietest convention ever.
Yeah. So we're waiting. Yes, Larry, we're waiting on your sort.
Jason,
All right.
Jason Evans is
Hang on one second.
in our delegation, so I don't know what.
Hang on 1 second. Let Larry finish.
Okay.
We'll move on to that next.
Without any further additions, which we may discuss later on, we currently have 84 delegates credentialed and present.
All right. Are there any changes to or amendments to the credentials report at this time?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
I will recognize Pete Biskupski.
Biskupski, yep. Jason Evans should be part of the Northwest Michigan Party.
Jason
Mr. Johnson,
who?
can you comment on that? Jason Evans.
Jason Evans.
Jason Evans, okay. Currently, Northwest has 4 people checked in with a maximum of 7. Jason Evans should be in Northwest is what I'm hearing. One moment.
You have 7 checked in.
Crap. Don't mind my profanity. I'm resorting the sheet again. Evans. Jason. I have him currently listed.
Donna, do you have relevant information on this point?
We have 7 delegates that checked in today. He said only 4 of 7. And Jason has been approved. We've talked about this already.
Okay, let Larry figure it out. It
Jason
looks like
is
it's on my
currently-
spreadsheet too. So.
Jason is currently under the Straits LP delegation, which is maxed out. If that is
No.
was an error on my part, okay, I will fix that.
To clarify, Jason Evans is an alternate for Straits area, but he was elected full delegate by Northwest.
Ah, that's what happened. Okay.
Right.
Jason is now properly elevated. That brings our total up to 85.
Excellent.
But what
That was
about
easy.
what about our other 2? You said only 4 out of 7 have checked in Northwest. We have 7 that are checked in.
You have no pending alternates. They're just not here.
We should have 7 checked in. You said 4 of 7 were checked in. There's no
Unless I am
alternate.
mistaken, let me, one moment. You're discussing Northwest, correct?
Yep.
Thank you.
Are the delegates you picked on the participants list? Not everyone may actually have shown up to the convention.
I just looked through a couple times and they're all here.
Okay.
I show Daniel Biskupski as not being here.
Daniel Biskupski, there's Peter Biskupski.
That's correct. I have him as being here.
Daniel, who's Daniel?
Now
I
I knew
have-
that was submitted.
Kristen is still pending. We're waiting for the receipt to come through on her payment of dues. And
I paid. It should be good.
so the people I have, all right, you know what? I'm going to take your word for it because I don't know how quickly that email is going to come through. So what I have now is I have Kristen Kuhn, Dave Holmer, Donna Gundel-Craig, Jason Evans, Ben Baran, and Peter Biskupski as being present and being delegates. If there's any people here from Northwest, wait a minute.
I'm here.
And who is I?
Ben Schultz.
Okay, unfortunately, I have to do another sort.
I may have let Ben in when it crashed the first time
No, I'm sure I have him checked in. He's probably under a different delegation.
No, he should be under Northwest. We emailed back and forth about that one.
That's another error on my part. I've got him in Southwest. I will move him.
Thank you.
Ken Molman is in the waiting room. Is he a Michigan guy or is he a national guy?
No, he's a visitor.
All right, I will admit him and put ZZZs in front of his name. If I can find him.
He used to be our alternate. He's currently running for vice chair of national.
He's also on the credentials or the convention committee for the national.
All right, Ken, if you can hear me, can you please put ZZZ in front of your name? It's proving way harder than it should be to find people on a list because they're not alphabetized.
All right, that should be it.
Mr. Chair, this is Luke Scabaris. I submitted a payment on PayPal. I could forward the receipt to an email address if you'd like me to.
Yes, it's michlibertarian@gmail.com.
I would go ahead and add Luke, even if you don't get the payment.
I'm planning on doing that. Yes, sir.
I just saw the receipt for Luke, so he's all set. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, guys.
All right. So Luke, Bloyer. Okay. Pete, was there anyone else that will bring something else up that I can at least hear while Larry's working on that? Connor's hand is up. Connor?
Yes. Larry, just quick question. Did I hear you correctly that Paul Vayner was elevated to full delegate status? Okay.
Yes.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
All right. Let me get a new delegate number here.
Okay. So raise your hand if after this you have another addition or correction you want to make to the list so I can be ready to call on you.
I believe Scotty had his hand up earlier.
Yeah, I was confused because it looked like we were nominating alternates and delegates right after credentials, but then I realized that was only for the state.
All right, do you have any additions or corrections to make to the list of alternates delegates to this convention?
I haven't seen the list.
Do you have any changes or anyone that you want to
From the Wayne County delegation? No, I do not.
Okay. Larry, how are you doing?
We currently have 85 certified delegates who seem to be present. And I've made all the corrections, moving people around from moving people from one delegation to another and elevating those, and came up with 85 total. Luke has been taken care of, Zach has been taken care of, and Kristen has been taken care of.
All right. All in favor. Okay. Are there any other changes or additions to make to the report? Any other delegates? Anything?
I have that same number in Lime survey, and I updated the last 3 people that Larry mentioned. So I believe we are synchronized and on the same page.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the credentials report?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor of approving the credentials? Raise your hand in real life or on the thing, or say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. All opposed say nay, and physically raise your hand. All right. The ayes have it. So I will need to make sure people lower their hand almost immediately. I'll need people do that. All right. So we have. That was item 4 is over with. The next item is approval of the agenda. I have the agenda up and I will share the agenda with everyone. This was in the convention packet. All right, can everyone see the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, good. Apart from the fact that we are behind schedule, are there any other additions or changes to the agenda that anyone would like to make at this time?
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
All right.
Second.
I don't want to rush any vote, even simple ones. So can everyone just give a moment or two to see if there's anyone on the phone or that wants to address anything that I can't see, because I can only see a few people. I do see Brian's hand raised. Brian, Ellison, did you have anything, or is it a remnant?
No, I'm putting it down.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Hearing none. 7. Hang on. It's hard to navigate while the share screen.
Order, if anyone has comments on the agenda approval and you have your hand raised, please call for the attention of the chair. If not, please lower your hand.
If your hand is raised right now and you don't want to be called on, please lower it. All right, Dan Goebel, I will recognize you. All right. Not hearing Dan, I will recognize Justin Thompson. All right.
Come again?
Justin Thompson, did you have your hand raised?
All right, let's try it now.
Accident, I apologize.
All right. So I don't feel like anyone actually has their hand up, so I will now
What
go.
about Jerry Bloom?
Jerry Bloom.
There are some people who don't have their mics muted. I'm hearing a lot of background noise.
All right. Would everyone please mute your mic unless you're in a very.
Everyone Greg, unmute yourself.
That would be helpful. All right. Everyone besides me, mute your phone or wherever.
No, they don't need to. I just muted everybody.
All right.
I took
all
the
in
root
favor of,
version.
okay, no one has any concerns about the agenda, so all in favor of approving the agenda, raise your hand or say aye.
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 All right. Would
Aye.
everyone now lower their hand? All all opposed to the agenda, raise your hand or say nay. All right, motion passes. Next will be the convention rules. Let me share those. So these rules are in the packet. They are a little bit different than the draft rules that had circulated a few days before. The convention committee met. The two main differences from this version than the version that was publicly shared earlier was that when we are actually going to vote for national convention delegates, we're going to put everyone on a single ballot. And we're going to cast votes for up to 83 different candidates. We decided not to do a separate ballot for delegates and a separate ballot for alternates. We spent a really long time on this decision, and I think it's a good one. The other change from the previously circulated was waiting room just popped up. And it's interfering with what I'm trying to show you.
Point of privilege,
Approve
Norm, please.
convention rules as changed.
I'm not done. I just want to clarify one more thing. The other thing we changed was we changed the way we're going to nominate the Supreme Court. We're going to do it similar to how we're going to do national delegates, where you can vote for up to 2 people. So.
Motion to approve convention rules.
All right, one moment. There was someone in the waiting room, but they're not there anymore. All right. I don't want to rush anything quickly. Does anyone have any amendments or concerned about the rules before we vote on them? All right, seeing none, we had a motion to approve the rules. And
Second.
All in favor of approving the convention rules, raise your hand or say aye.
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 All right. Now, would everyone lower their hand, please? All in favor, or all opposed to the convention rules, raise your hand or say nay, or use the no icon. You can do that too. No, I don't do that. All right, motion passes. We approve the convention rules. Next item of business are the previous convention minutes. They're in your convention packet. These were the notes Emily Selvett took at the Bay City Convention last year. These minutes did seek tentative approval by the LEC in order for us to get bank access and whatnot to our new officers. Is there any discussion of the convention rules as presented?
Second the motion to approve.
All right. We have a motion to approve and it's been seconded. All in favor of approving the previous convention minutes, raise your hand or say aye.
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 All right, scroll through. or say yes, actually. Now, everyone who's opposed to the convention rules, raise your hand or click no or say nay. All right, the convention rules pass. Now it's time for officer reports. I didn't really have an officer report in my convention minutes. I did want to use this time, though. I'm sorry. Was there something? Pardon?
Jamie Lewis, point of information.
Yes, go ahead.
You said on that last vote that that vote was to approve the rules, but I believe that last vote was to approve the previous minutes.
We did both. Did we not?
We did both, but you said the rules were approved twice. The second vote was to do the minutes.
Yeah, we voted correctly, Greg. I think you just misspoke.
Yeah, you just misspoke on the second one.
Does anyone feel the need for me to restate and revote on that? Okay.
No. It was after the vote took place that you misspoke.
All right, I will probably misspeak many times today, so just please let me know. All right, officer reports. There's only 10 minutes allotted. I'm basically going to let any officer or committee chair speak to the convention for a moment or two to bring any concerns they have or to seek any volunteer support. I'm going to use my time as chair to ask for some assistance with media and press releases. That's something that I have not been able to find anyone to really take that lead on. And it's something I'm not particularly good at. And given the fact that I now kind of working full-time on days, I don't have a lot easy access to call and talk to people during the day. So I would like, after this convention, if anyone has interested in helping out with press releases or media, please reach out to me and we can discuss that. I obviously do have other things, but that's just what I want to use my time for right now. So I will let all the statewide officers opportunity if they want to speak for a minute or two. So next, our next officer will be Ben Boren, our first vice chair and affiliates director. Mr. Ben Boren, I will recognize you for a couple of minutes to address the convention at your discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep this short and sweet. I did have a meet and greet scheduled in Marquette for April 4th. Obviously, that's today. So we're rescheduling that tentatively right now. We're going to get together more this week. When I say we, I have a new person up there who's been helping a lot. His name's Ryan Roberts. I've also had the help of Mr. Raphael Wolf, who had generously contributed to securing a room up there. We're going to do some form of a Zoom type meet and greet using our Facebook plus the national and state lists for emails and calling in that area. So that's where we're at with that. If things change and we can do something in person, obviously we'll do that and offer a Zoom link for it. So that's kind of where we're at with that. The Alpena affiliate has had several meetings. Unfortunately, attendance has been irregular. A couple of the people who are interested in being officers have had their time, their availability has changed. So getting them together at a regular meeting has been difficult. Hopefully by our July convention, we will have that up and running. I'm really open to any suggestions in this new atmosphere on how we can move forward and get these, still get things going in some of these new areas. So anyone with any ideas, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, again, I just wanted to say thank you to Raphael and to Ryan Roberts. They've put in a tremendous amount of work, and I'm sorry that we had to cancel that that meet and greet up there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bourne. Two things. There are two people in the waiting room, Mr. Max Rixey and a Samsung. So I will admit them.
I admitted Max and credentialed him, and we need to get Samsung renamed.
Do you know who that is, or do you need to put them in a breakout room?
I will chat with them to take care of that.
Okay. To Ben Bourne's point, we have this Zoom account that can accommodate up to 500 people now. And so we will be sharing access to this account with all our affiliate chairs so that affiliates can conduct virtual conventions and meetings and whatnot without having to use the free account. So sometime this weekend, I will set that up. If not, someone else can, but we'll offer that to affiliates. Mr. Jamie Lewis, our second vice chair and political director, I give the floor to you for a couple of minutes.
Okay. After this convention, we're going to be discussing the actual getting candidates ready to be put on the ballot and what the local affiliates need to know. But since we have everybody here right now, I want to just mention that we will be having our main nominating convention will be this summer. Right now it's planned for Gaylord, but that could be changing by then depending on what the situation is for gatherings. So that would put it at about June that the local affiliates would be electing their delegates to that convention and also be nominating their own local offices. I'm sure a lot of people right now have their own opinions on how the state is handling the current crisis. So that is probably the biggest issue we have right now. And if you want to let people know your own opinion on how you think things should be done, I would say running for a state representative seat would be a good way of doing it. You get access to the media, you're able to talk, and the newspapers will probably, radio, everybody will kind of send you questionnaires and ask your opinions on things like how coronavirus should be handled. So there's going to be 110 state house seats up there, and a lot of those seats will be right within an affiliate's area. So the affiliates would be kind of in charge of nominating who those candidates will be, and then at the July convention, we will do the ones that cross the boundaries of affiliates at that convention. But a lot of those can be handled by the local affiliate. Also, before the coronavirus became the only news that anybody ever reports on anymore, used to be a lot of stuff about the Second Amendment sanctuaries communities, and which I would also like to throw in the idea of First Amendment communities as well. So that's an issue that was getting some traction before everything got derailed. But so people may want to run for county offices and kind of make that part of your platform on making your county a sanctuary county. There would be a sheriff and county prosecutors. And so those are a couple of things to look at. And it's just right now is a good time to start thinking about running for offices, especially the local offices. And look forward to having our next state convention where we can get our entire slate of candidates nominated.
All right, thank you, Jamie. We decided after the convention to do a short little PowerPoint presentation about running for office. It was we were going to do one at the last convention, but clearly that didn't happen. So two things while I'm in here. There is a person in the waiting room named Dave. Larry, if I admit him, can you private chat with him? Unless we know who that Dave is. So I'm
Yes, I can do that.
Dave in. I also let Josh O. Smith in, but I cannot find his name to put ZZZs in front of. So if anyone else that's a co-host can do that. I see Brett Cashman's hand. I will recognize Brett for very quickly.
Sorry, that is an error.
Okay. Next, really quickly, Secretary Wendy, do you have anything you want to say to anyone while you're here?
Well, then, hi, nice to meet everybody.
All right. Mr. Norm Peterson, our treasurer, there is a draft budget in the packet, and the LEC will be voting on that. But Norm, did you want to say anything to the convention? Mr. Norm Peterson?
Ah,
Need to unmute.
Okay.
Boo! What the hell is going on with this thing?
Having trouble finding Norm. All right, well, Norm is trying to figure that out. Are there any committee chairs? All right, Norm,
I was still muted, sorry.
go ahead, that's okay.
We received, as you can see, almost 4,000 in revenue in March and about the same in February. But we're waiting to see how many people are going to request refunds. So we won't be able to figure out what the actual check balance is in the general fund for a while.
That was going to be my question.
Will, not yet. Okay.
Okay, an email should have gone out to people asking them to say whether they wanted a refund or not.
All right, if you did not, if you were a delegate and did not get a letter, a refund letter, email Jeff or Patel or Norm later, or mention it in private chat. Well over 100 were sent out, so it's possible one or two didn't go up. All right. Sorry. Okay. In the interest of time, I will allow any of the committee chairs, if they want the opportunity to speak, raise your hand. The committee chairs would be Tim Yao as webmaster, Scotty Bowman's newsletter editor, Brian Ellison is legislative chair, Connor is social media chair, and Emily is historical committee. All right, if you can keep it to 30 seconds, I will recognize, and Jeff is membership chair. So I will recognize Connor, Scotty, then Jeff. Please try to keep it to 30 seconds.
Okay, greetings everyone. It's a great turnout today. So just want to give a brief report. Membership status at LPM is 224 members as of this morning. So we've had a flurry of membership renewals in the last month, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
So that's the status at present, and we're still compiling the refund responses from the convention. Thank you for those that responded and donated to the party. Really appreciate that. So that's it for the report.
All right, please mute your phone or device wherever you're at. Connor, I will call on you now.
Hi, Connor Nepomuceno here, social media committee chair. Very briefly, over the last 28 days, we've reached 394,000 people, created 101,000 engagements, and collected 370 new likes to the page. As I wrote that report, total likes for the page were at 9,060. That is a 70% gain over the last 9 or 10 months of the present committee. And we've been coordinating with presidential candidates. I feel that's been a fairly successful effort so far. We've gotten some good quality content from that. And I'd really like to thank some of the members of the team, Mr. Tim Yao. He's no longer part on the actual team, but of course, in previous years, he did a lot to build up the page. I'd like to thank him for that effort. Mr. Nathan Hewer, he's been on the team for some time as well. He's made a post that reached 2.25 million people, and he routinely makes posts that reach tens of thousands of people. And I'd also like to thank Ben Boren. He has been helping me coordinate with several of the presidential candidates. They have in turn supplied us with really good quality content. I'm very happy with that. And the success of this team, it wouldn't be without people like them. So that concludes my report. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Connor. Mr. Bowman, 30 seconds or less.
Okay. First of all, thank you to Catherine Catherine Files. We should recognize her work behind the scenes and making sure the newsletter gets out to people via email and MailChimp. So double thanks on that. I definitely still welcome people who want to train if they want to become newsletter editors. We had a couple people on board, but they seem to get busy with other things. I get that. Finally, if you know of a presidential candidate who still wants to get his or her commentary in the newsletter, I have this kind of running article where last month I had I think 4 candidates got theirs in on time, but then I had more trickle in. So I have one from another candidate in the most recent issue. I'm willing to do that again for another iteration in the next newsletter. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Scotty. Any other committee chairs want to speak for a minute or two? All right. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
one moment. Here I am. I need to know who is currently logged on as Samsung yada, 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 or I'm going to have to boot you from the meeting. And I need a reply from Dave Binner as if he's a visitor or he thinks he may be eligible as a delegate.
Mr. Hall.
Point of information for Larry. Max Rixey has the triple Z in front of him. He is a West Michigan delegate.
He is also needs to pay his dues, and then I will certify him.
Thanks.
All right. Who is the Samsung SMT377V? All right. I will put them into the waiting room until they rename themselves. All right. The next item of business are Supreme Court endorsements. Our bylaws allow for the endorsement of candidates for Supreme Court. The candidates will not actually be nominated until July, but this is just sort of a statement that we endorse your candidacy, for lack of a better word, which it is the right word. So we have specific rules in the bylaws, or the convention rules specifically address this point. So at this point, we are going to open up nominations for endorsement of Supreme Court.
Mr.
None
Chair.
of the above, hang on, none of the above will be on the ballot. Anyone nominated will have 2 minutes for someone to speak on their nomination or to speak themselves to their nomination. After we do our nominations, then Andrew, is Andrew here? It's possible to do this. We have it preloaded in Lime Survey if necessary. And that would only be necessary if there were more than 2 candidates at this point. So
It would probably be a very good test for Lime Survey since we've got the finalized delegate list now. If we do use that that survey for the Supreme Court, even if it's not strictly necessary.
Okay, and that might be a good idea because that way we'll troubleshoot everything before we get to the national delegate selection.
Yes. Yep.
All right. At this point, are there any nominations for endorsement of Supreme Court?
I nominate Carrie Morgan.
All right. Carrie Morgan, are you here?
Yes.
All right. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
All right. Are there any other nominations for endorsement of Supreme Court?
Mr. Chair, I nominate Katie Neptune.
All right, Katie Neptune, are you here and present? I know she accepts it because she talked to me about it.
I do not believe she is available for this rescheduled convention, but I do believe she is still interested.
Okay, as far as I know, she was too. I haven't heard otherwise.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yes.
How many openings are there on the ballot for Supreme Court?
There are currently 2. That could change if any vacancies arise, but there are 2 regular terms set to expire.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other nominations for endorsing the Supreme Court? All right. Hearing none, is there a move to close nominations?
I move nominations be closed.
All right. All in favor of closing nominations, raise your hand. Click yes or say aye.
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 Right, lower your hand. All against closing nominations, raise your hand. Click no or say nay. All right. So we have 3 candidates. We have Carrie Morgan, Katie Neptune, and none of the above. Carrie Morgan, I will give you 2 minutes, up to 2 minutes, to speak to your nomination.
Thanks, Greg. Can everybody hear me? I hope you can.
Speak up a little bit, please.
Yeah, my name is Kerry Morgan. I'm an attorney in Michigan. I've been licensed since 1980. I've run in the past for Michigan Supreme Court. We're faced at this time with an unusual situation where the courts are not closed, but closed for a lot of business. It's hard to get remedies. We have a governor who has issued over 36 executive orders.
Yeah.
Most, if not many of them, have exceeded her authority under the Constitution, Article 5, and under the Emergency Management Act. We have a legislature that has remained compliant and has appeared to go along with that. We have many of the rights which are guaranteed to us in the Michigan Constitution, Article 1, have been suspended or curtailed or reduced or minimized. If the governor has authority to do that to our rights, then she has the authority to set aside any constitutional provision, including that of the legislature and the courts. I wouldn't run for the Michigan Supreme Court so that we could try and bring back the rule of law in this state against this use of power in this emergency, and try to bring some balance back to the defense of liberty and not its lockdown.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Greg.
All right, thank you very much, Carrie. With Katie not here, with her not telling me who would speak on her behalf, I'm reluctant to turn it over to someone.
Okay. You had asked me to offer a nominating speech for her.
Okay, I will. All right, Luke, I give you 2 minutes to nominate Katie Neptune for endorsement of Supreme Court.
Great. Thank you. So Katie is a person of great character who has remained very helpful person to our growing affiliate. She's been willing to go out of her way to help people. It's something that's very consistent in what she does. She's participated in several mission trips, and it's just something that she's very passionate about, is helping other people. She wanted to run for Supreme Court because, having been, an attorney in Michigan, she knows that the law is one of the areas that needs a lot of reform, and what better position to do that from than the position of the Supreme Court. She's adhered to party principles, not just now, but she's ran as a Libertarian candidate in the past for Michigan Senate. So from my position, she's more than qualified, and I really hope that she receives the approval from this body. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Luke. I'll give the opportunity for someone to speak to Noda, but I see 2 people with their hands up. Dakota or Justin, did you have anything, or are your hands up by accident?
Is up by accident.
Okay.
I apologize. I don't know why it keeps doing that.
That's okay. We all have technical issues today. All right. Would anyone like to speak on behalf of Noda? Please raise your hand. All right. Seeing none, I'm going to actually let the convention decide what to do next. I was just going to, since this is easy enough to do just within Zoom, yes or no. However, we could do this online survey, which would be a good test of the next vote. The next vote is similar. We're basically going to be choosing up to 83. Here we're choosing up to 2. So it's basically the same type of thing, but smaller. Granted, it'll take a little extra time, but it'll help us troubleshoot. So do we want to take an extra time or just proceed to the first time we use Lime Survey to be the actual?
I'd like to make a motion to just accept both nominations and endorse both nominations.
All right, that's where I'm getting, but I think I want to introduce a motion I want people to decide this.
I'll second Brian's motion.
All right, so if Brian's motion passes, we will clearly not proceed to attempting a Lime survey. Okay, so that works. So
I
all in
vote for the
favor?
Lime survey.
Pardon?
I think we should do the Lime survey
Well,
for the
okay.
judges. Huh?
All right, so you're speaking
I
against
think Brian
Brian's
may have
motion.
misunderstood.
I
Okay,
didn't
so-
misunderstand. Do I get to speak to my motion?
All right, hang on. Let me reassess where I'm at. I will accept your motion. That's been motion and seconded to approve, I assume, Katie and carry by acclamation.
Correct.
All right. So ultimately, when we do vote this, voting no, we can probably proceed to the Lime survey. Brian, speak to your motion to just vote by acclamation.
We're already about an hour behind, and for the sake of saving time, I think this delegation nomination process is going to take longer than we've actually got on the schedule. And so I say, for the sake of saving time, we just move on and move to the next point in the agenda.
All right. Really quickly, anyone to speak against it?
I'd like to speak against.
All right.
I think that if we take the time right now to work out any problems we might have with the Lime survey with this simple Supreme Court nomination, we will save time in the long run, since we will have all of our emails and everything working by then.
All right, so in the interest of time, we pretty much know the argument. So we're gonna vote on this. So the motion will be to vote for the 2 by acclamations. We'll do the yes or no for this one. All in favor of voting for Katie Neptune and, no, this will be a vote on whether or not to vote by acclamation. Okay, so let me clarify that. This will be a vote on to proceed to the acclamation vote. All in favor of proceeding to the acclamation vote, raise your hand, click yes, or say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. Kyle, keep your hands up. Let me scroll through everyone really quickly. All right. All opposed to voting for the 2 by acclamation. Okay, so everyone lower your hand icon, please. All right, everyone opposed to proceeding to an acclamation vote, raise your hand, click no, or say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Nay.
Nay.
Nay.
I'm gonna say the nays have it.
Division.
Division will require 10 people, and I would ask you please not, to not do division because that will take even longer. Do you withdraw your division?
How close was it? You're the one counting. I didn't get a chance to count.
I felt it was a majority, but not overwhelming majority.
All right, I withdraw
I'm
the
ruling
division.
that it failed, so now we are going to, wait, okay, it failed. So we are going to use line.
Conduct a Lime survey and vote to approve the 2 mentioned nominees.
All right, so the motion is then to proceed to Lime survey. Jamie, I'm probably getting lost in the weeds there again.
If I can suggest that the next time we have a vote like this, to have everybody, instead of raising hands, vote yes and no and leave the yeses and nos up so we have the total right there. We already have division. We know what the result is. But they were all cleared before we had the no's, so it was hard to tell.
All right, I will reconsider my vote.
Point of order.
Yes, point of order.
Just a technical point of order. People
Yes.
who are on phone only do not necessarily have the ability to raise their hands or may not know how to. And those of us who co-host also cannot raise our hands.
Okay, so we're gonna redo this vote. We're gonna redo this vote, and we'll use yes and no at the same time. If it's so close that I can't tell, then I will pull the co-hosts and the people on their phone. So we're
Is there an
redoing the
alternative for
vote.
people who yes and no doesn't work for?
Point of information, there's two
Yeah.
people that still have their hand raised. James Weeks and Benjamin
All right,
Reister.
Mr. Weeks.
There we
I
go.
cleared them all.
All right, James, okay. We're revoting. So if we want to proceed to an acclamation vote, you'll do yes. And if you want to go to Lime survey, you'll do no. All right, credentials, yes.
Point of
Lime survey,
information?
no. Yes.
I don't have the yes, no options. Could I do raise hand for one or the other?
I will if I feel it's close enough that I need a few people to.
You may
Okay,
want to check under participants, like right before you go into the chat, it allows those options. on
I
my
don't.
phone.
I don't have a participants either. I'm on Android.
So am
You
I.
should have one. All right, so based on the number of people that are currently doing X's and green check marks, which is less than half of you, it still looks like no wins to me. If anyone else is able to see them all and assess that, I could count
I
them, but-
agree. I agree.
Okay.
No wins.
Okay, no wins. So,
No wins with half the votes, to be clear. Less than half.
yes.
Yep, I agree.
But it's based on who votes, not based on a quorum. So the motion does not, no wins, so we're going to proceed to Lime survey to conduct this.
Point of
Mr.
information.
Lewis.
Can we get a credentials report before we send out the line there? I see Jim Dondero is on here with Z's. He should be a delegate unless he needs dues paid, but I just want to make sure that everybody that is able to get, who's currently registered will be getting a ballot.
Okay, so I'm going to do a go, no go again with Mr. Johnson and Mr. Chatterton. Larry, what is the status of credentials? And then Andrew, what's the status of Lime survey based on the credentials report?
Who was the individual we were questioning?
Jim
Dondero.
Please.
Can you hear me?
He's pending payment. I will ask Mr. Patel to work with him on that.
All right, so what is all right, so apart from Jim Dondero, what's our credentials number? And I guess the more important question is Andrew have the same matching information as you?
One moment.
Point of information.
Yes, Scotty?
The person who's having trouble seeing the ribbon with the invite participants and all that, try moving your cursor around over the screen. Sometimes the choices become invisible when.
Okay. All right, please mute your phone if you're out in public. Larry, how are you doing?
I have a report, but I would first like to say, specifically to Scotty, you can always chat with someone with information like that, which I did recently. The current count is 86.
All right. Andrew, do you have that same number of people currently in Lime survey?
I currently have 85 at the moment. I believe Max Reichska was pending payment, and Jim Dondero, I don't see is updated as checked in yet if that was the other person, and would need a new email for Jim as well.
All right, can we proceed since this is, can we proceed with this without that, or do we need that all? Mr. Hall?
I was just going to suggest from prior discussions, my understanding was that Luke Severus might not have been included in Andrew's numbers.
I have Luke added late into the updates. Thank you very much.
Okay, given that there's two people in an intermediate status, can we, and this is more than most a troubleshooting vote, and unless it's, unless we're within a vote or two of it actually passing, can we proceed with this now?
Larry, are one of those two people I mentioned one of those two people your 86th? Just to
No.
confirm. I do not see any other checked-ins that are not marked off on the list.
All right, well, so while we're gonna have a long time when we do nominations, so if we can proceed with this, knowing it might be off by one or two, and fix that for the next vote, in the interest of time, I'd like to do that. Nathan?
Yeah, motion to proceed with the current Lime survey participants.
Second.
All right, all in favor, raise your hand. No, all in favor, just raise your hand. I don't think anyone will object.
Aye.
All right,
Aye.
opposed, raise your hand or say no. All right, we'll proceed. So what'll happen is you will get an email, and that will link to the survey. Like I said before, a small number of you, probably less than 10%, might have trouble with it not showing up. Please check your spam filters. It's often in there. I mentioned earlier, AT&T and SBC Global, for some reason, were not working. So as soon as the ballots go out, we will recess for 5 minutes while you go check your email for a link to that survey. So Andrew, let us know when you're ready.
They're sending now. 35 remaining.
I received mine.
I have mine.
I have received and completed mine.
I got my confirmation.
Received.
Submitted.
Mine's done.
I've submitted mine.
See, wasn't that easy if you actually got it?
Yes, very. I'm not getting the email.
Okay, so we will expect that for a few people. So if you're not getting it, be prepared to offer another email, or we could also send it via a messaging app. We'll try a second email probably
I haven't
first.
received it.
Just
If I may make a suggestion,
yes, please do.
For these votes, it would make some sense to create a point of contact if somebody has issues receiving it, so a designated person that they could message. And in the meantime, after giving at least a moment for things to settle, we could proceed with business to make up for some time.
Okay,
and
good idea.
And we'll get the results later. That won't work if the result of the vote would require a follow-up vote. But, I think.
Okay, so all right, I'm going to make a motion to amend the agenda. Then the next item is the selection of replacement LEC officers. Because that's a little technically challenging, I'd like, well, not so much, but the people that are kind of working on things right now won't be able to participate. And the next item will be a lot of downtime for people to talk. So I would like to move the replacement LEC officers to before the non-binding presidential preference poll. So the next item of business will start to be nominating delegates to the national convention.
So moved.
All right. all in favor of the, this require 2/3, all in favor of amending the agenda, raise your hand or say aye or click yes.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, lower your hand. All against, raise your hand, say no, or click no, or say nay or something. All right, that passes. So while we are, so this is how I plan to proceed. We will open up nominations for National Delegate Convention, National Delegate alternate.
I move to accept by acclamation all the current participants in this
No,
convention.
there's too many. We're at 97. We're almost to over 100.
Yeah, but we only have 86.
All right, no, you're out of order. All right, this is how we're gonna proceed. We're gonna start opening nominations. We'll not do nominations. Once nominations are closed, everyone will get 30 seconds to speak to their nomination. While we're speaking to nominations, we can arrange for people that did not find their email during that time to talk to whomever on chat to get that resolved.
We send private messages to Andrew Chatterton if you have not received your email for the slime survey. It's much easier to identify the ones that need help with private messages.
All right, so the way it's going to work, some people did submit their names to Wendy. I would like everyone to nominate themselves if they're here, even if you did send your name to Wendy, and then afterwards, if people are not here and are still on that list, then we'll nominate them. So please, at this point, raise your hand if you want to nominate yourself or someone, and then I will call on you in whatever order appears on my participant list. And then I will be writing down a list, so will Wendy. That list will need to, hang on, Larry, because you need to make sure that list is in Andrew's. Did you have a point of information, Larry?
Nope, I was just nominating myself.
Okay.
You said to raise my hand. I can't raise
I'm
my
not
hand.
done. I'm still talking. Andrew,
okay.
Wendy and I will compose a list and we'll get that to you and you'll be able to upload that. However, is that going to work for you? Because
Yeah, please put it in an Excel file. These are the national delegate nominations?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Okay. Wendy Parker, can you add them to your Excel spreadsheet and then send that to Andrew once nominations are closed?
Yep, sure can.
Okay, I'll also be keeping track of them in case there's a difficulty. All right, we'll begin nominations. Larry, your first nomination was not valid because it was out of order. All right, the first person with their hand raised is Jeff Patel. Jeff, do you have someone you want to put into nomination?
I'd like to nominate myself for the national delegation. I've been a member of
All right,
the...
no. We'll do nominating speeches after nominations are closed. All right, so lower your hand. I will lower it. Mr. Ellison, do you have a nomination to put into?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate myself.
All right, Ms. Salvette, do you have any nominations?
Yes, I'd like to nominate myself.
All right, Connor Nepomuceno, do you have any nominations?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have 3 nominations I would like to make. Mr. Leonard Schwartz, Mr. Ben Carr, and myself, Connor Nepomuceno.
Okay, so that was Connor Nepomuceno.
Some people use whatever.
You can usually say it. Leonard Schwartz and Ben Carr. All right, Lisa Joya, do you have any nominations?
I nominate myself.
All right, Mr. Weeks, do you have any nominations?
Yes, I'd like to nominate myself.
All right, Mr. Weeks is nominated. Mr. Daniel Zimba, do you have nominations?
Yes, I'd like to nominate myself and Scotty Bowman.
Scotty is here, so I will allow, Scotty will nominate himself.
Fair enough.
All right. Matthew Doak.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate myself.
All right. Nathan Hewer.
Yes, I'd like to nominate myself.
Donna Gundelkrieg. Donna, do you have nominations?
Sorry, I'd like to nominate myself.
All right, Alex Avery.
My favorite person in the world, Alexander Avery.
All right, Mr. Benjamin Risteter.
Close enough, Mr. Chair.
Well, what is the actual pronunciation?
Reisterer.
Reisterer. Then, Mr. Reisterer, do you have any nominations?
Yes, I have two. I'd like to nominate myself and my good friend, Dr. Eric Larson.
Is Eric on the conference call?
I'm on the line. That's fine. I accept the nomination.
Eric, are you a delegate to this state convention?
Yes, for West Michigan.
Okay. All right, so just to keep track, Scotty, do you accept the nomination Daniel put in earlier for you?
Yes, I accept the nomination,
Okay.
and if he didn't nominate himself, I nominate him back.
Okay, then I will, okay, we'll also put Eric's name. We'll just, do this quicker. All right, Mr. James Peace, do you have any nominations?
I nominate myself.
All right, Miss Vicky Hall, do you have any nominations?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I nominate myself.
All right, Mr. John Jaskob, do you have any nominations?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I nominate myself.
All right, Mr. Matt Karshus, do you have any nominations?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I nominate myself.
All right, Mr. Bob Broda.
Yes, I nominate myself.
Miss Wendy Parker. Who's probably busy writing names down.
Sorry, I'm also nominating myself.
All right, thank you. Catherine.
I nominate myself.
Mr. White.
I nominate Will Tyler White. I was going to nominate myself, but myself was already nominated.
Aaron Mironov.
I'd like to nominate myself.
Mr. Richard Hewer.
I nominate myself.
Great. Mr. Bill Jeleno. Which Bill Jeleno is this? Senior or junior?
This is the senior.
All right.
I nominate my wife, Donna Jeleno, and also myself.
All right. Mr. Andrew Hall.
Are you there, Andrew?
Andrew Hall?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I nominate myself.
Mr. Mike Saliba.
I'd like to nominate myself, and if it speeds things along, I would also like to nominate Greg Stempel, Ben Boren, Lisa Joya, Tim Yao.
All right, no, that's too many. I will not be put into nomination because I get to go automatically. Luke Rederath.
Yes, I nominate myself.
Mr. Ludlow. Larry Ludlow. calling on you. All right, I will give Larry a moment to unmute, but I know Larry does want to be put into nomination because he sent a bunch of emails about it. Thomas Scott.
I nominate myself.
All right, Nathan Mon. Okay, Claire Gelano.
Yes, I nominate myself, Nathan Mon. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I see Andrew with his hand up. Is that for nominations or is it technical reasons?
One of each.
All right, tell me your technical thing. And
I'm getting a lot of messages from folks that I don't see as checked off or registered in the check-in sheet. I just wanted to make sure if Larry Johnson was receiving those contacts from those people and getting them updated for the check-in sheet online.
all right, and then since you're recognized, would you like to nominate anyone for National Convention delegate?
Yes, I would like to nominate myself for National Convention.
All right, Larry, are you able to work with Andrew on that right now? And in fact, Larry, I'll call on you. Do you have do you have any nominations?
I wish to nominate myself. And in response to Andrew, if they have been privately chatting you or anything, could you share a list of names you're wondering about with me, and I'll check into them.
Yeah, I've been asking people to message you directly, but I can start to compile that list and send it to you.
I checked in Tim Yao. He's good to go.
All right. Yeah, work on that in private chat. So Lawrence Ludlow, I tried calling you. Are you still?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I'm online. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yeah, I have it. Can you hear me? Yeah, I have nominations of myself and Roderick Doliga.
Is that gentleman a delegate?
I'll accept.
To this convention right here now?
Yeah, I think he just
I'm a
accepted.
delegate, Oakland County.
Can you spell that? I'm not seeing it, sorry.
So it's
Roderick. The second person put in a nomination by Larry Ludlow's name is?
Yeah, Roderick Doliga, and his last name is Dolega, and the first name is Roderick, Roderic.
Okay. Claire Gelano, are you back? All right, Andy Evans.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I nominate myself.
All right, Roger Young.
Mr. Chairman, I nominate myself.
All right, Ryan Roberts.
I will nominate myself.
Griffin Hall.
I will nominate myself.
All right, Todd Baker.
I nominate Todd Baker.
Patty. Patty Milani, are you on?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
I nominate myself. If I need to get the video on, give me a second.
Oh, you don't need it right now.
Okay, yay.
James Harris.
I nominate myself.
All right, Joe Hartman.
Thanks. I nominate myself.
All right, Bill Hall.
I'm Bill Hall, and I nominate myself.
Brett Cashman.
Yes, I nominate myself.
All right, Jay Galat.
Yes, I nominate myself, like everybody else.
All right, the other Tim, whose name I already forgot how to pronounce, Tim O.
Yes, I'm Tim Orzakowski, and I'd like to nominate myself.
All right. David Holmer.
Yes, I nominate myself.
All right, Shane Allen.
I'd like to nominate myself as well as my wife, Samantha Allen.
All right, Shane and Samantha Allen. Frederick Hornt.
I would like to nominate myself as well.
All right. Paul Vanier.
I'd like to nominate myself.
All right, Brandon Warzebach.
Good afternoon. I'd like to nominate myself, please. Thank you.
All right, Dana Carver.
I would like to nominate Dana Carver.
All right, thank you. Dan Goble is waiting room. I'll let him back in. Dana, they're called Pete Biskupski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to nominate myself.
All right, Lisa, I already have you on here, but your hand's raised again. Did you have
no, but Tim Yao. I wanted to nominate Tim Yao because I don't think he's on the list yet.
He was here on the call, but
He's asked me to nominate it. He has someone to nominate, so I'm
okay.
nominating him.
All right, Tim Yao's name has been put into nomination.
Okay, yeah, there was some confusion about whether I'm a delegate or something, so I'm trying to make sure that if my name didn't get called, somebody was nominating me.
Okay, well, it has been put into nomination. Jeff Wood.
Point of order, information.
Hang on. Yes, point of order, Larry.
Actually, point of information. Mr. Yao, you are certified as a delegate. You are good to go.
All right, Jeff Wood.
Self.
Mr. Scaberis.
Hi, I'm Luke Scaberis. I'd like to nominate Luke Scaberis and Katie Neptune.
Norm Peterson.
Norm.
All right, while Norm figures that out, Bill Gelano has his hand raised again. Do you have further nominations, Bill?
Sorry, I was muted.
Yes, I do.
All right.
Apparently, Claire Gelano is having trouble connecting again.
All right.
So she asked me if she could nominate herself.
I will
Jamie Van
recognize that.
Elstein.
I'm sorry, what's the second one?
Jamie Van Elstein. I believe she's the vice chair of Wayne County. And also Greg Cresswell.
Do you have consent to nominate Greg Cresswell?
She told me that she did, but I don't have any particular knowledge. Would you like me to try to private message her and I'll get back to you?
No.
I understand there's issues there.
Okay, Claire, I recognize Claire, so I will lower her hand. She's put in nomination. We can put Greg's name. But there was a question on whether or not Greg would accept a Michigan delegation spot.
I object to Greg being nominated without his consent, since I understand he's not interested in serving.
Yeah, I understand that too. So if you could clarify.
I'm calling him on the phone right now.
Okay, so that one's pending. I'm circling it. All right.
I'm going to let Wayne County handle that, and I'm going to step out.
Okay, Lowell, your hand is physically raised.
I wish to nominate myself for the national delegate.
All right. Norm's hand is still up.
Yes, and now I'm unmuted. So I nominate myself.
Okay. The only last, please mute your phone, whoever that is. Scotty, do you have anything else, or is your hand just up? Okay, he's obviously on the phone. All right. Let me count really quick. Oh, all right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Chair,
12,
I still have nominations.
All right. All right, Jamie, more nominations.
I nominate both myself, Jamie Lewis, and also Morgan Johnston.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Hang on. Let me, Emily, I just want to go through this list in the order they're on here right now. Emily, do you have anything else?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate James Hudler, who I know is planning to go, but probably can't figure out how to get in.
Understood. So moved. His name is on my list. I will lower your hand. Scotty, do you have an update on Mr. Cresswell?
Yes, I just talked to him on the phone. Definitely yes. He wants
Okay,
to be nominated.
Okay, so Greg Cresswell's name is put into nomination. I am lowering Scotty's hand. James Weeks.
Yes, I have some further nominations. I would like to nominate Brendan Ellison, Shane Lerner, and Andy Evans.
Was Andy was already nominated.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I apologize.
Okay, so the first one, I'm sorry, say them one more time.
Brendan Ellison, Michael Hackman, and Shane Lerner.
Okay, Brendan Ellison. Shane, Larry.
Yes, I have a point of information, sort of. There is 2 people in the waiting room, someone with the last name Butts, who I do not recognize, and someone who was just a phone number. I'm not sure what to do about those. Mr. Butts is not on our list of delegates or alternates.
Okay, I would not admit Mr. Butts, because unless that's his real name, which might be, but
Well, I thought he might be one of our national guests rather than just a troublemaker.
So I'll admit Jamie because she's. Well, no, I'll let you.
I'll admit Jamie.
Larry. Okay. I'm sorry. I need to revisit James' nominations. I have Brendan Ellison listed. Can you tell me the other 2 names?
Michael Hackman and Shane Lerner.
All right. Are those individuals here? I know Shane was at one point a delegate. Hackman. All right.
Mr. Lerner never checked in.
Okay, so just to recap, the 3 names you're putting in are Brendan Ellison, Michael Hackman, and Shane Lerner.
That's
all right,
correct.
You're lowering your hand. Lawrence Ludlow, do you have anything else?
Yeah, when I was scrambling earlier, I may have missed them, but did Christian Kuhn, K-U-H-N, get in there? Or Nathan Mon, M-A-H-N?
Yeah, Nathan Mon did, and we were talking about Kristen Kuhn. I don't remember if I wrote her down or if that was earlier.
Okay, because she may have been hard to find. She has a madam in front of her name.
Right,
and so
I know.
I did.
All right.
Gotcha. And then there was Brian and Dana.
Kristen Kuhn does not want to be a national delegate. She wrote to Wendy, so unless she's changed her mind.
Sorry. And
Mr.
there were
Lewis,
4 other names. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Lewis.
Housekeeping, I believe that 734 phone number in waiting, I believe that is James Hudler.
All right, I will admit that number then, and someone could rename him. All right. Are there any other nominations? Anyone for national delegate? So anyone that's on a phone that can't really participate, speak now, or we'll move to close nominations. All right, is there a motion to close nominations?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Have all the names that Wendy collected, have they all been nominated?
Thank you very much. Wendy, I have that spreadsheet somewhere. Do you know, do you have it open? Oh, here we go. Okay.
Point of privilege.
Yes.
I think we're getting some real background noise. Folks, maybe mute that are not muted.
Okay, so yes, please mute your phone. Okay, names I'm seeing on the list, Emily, or Wendy had. Did Marcy Larson get put into nomination?
I will
Okay.
nominate her.
Okay.
Eric
then-
Larson from.
Okay, so Marcy Larson. Thomas Scott was on there. Daniel Zimba, yes. Andrew Chatterton. Grayson Bond. Did Grayson Bond, did he get nominated? Okay, so I will put Grayson Bond's name into nomination. Ben Bourne and Kristen Kuhn, is the status of Ben and Kristen? Ben, you're not interested in going, is that correct?
We're not going to be attending.
Okay. Leonard, Ron Acton's name is on the list. Is Ron Acton here? Okay, Ron Acton is from the Jackson Hillsdale. I'll put his name into nomination. Brianna Ellison. Brian, is Brianna interested in being a delegate?
She was interested in being an alternate. We didn't want her to take anybody's delegate seat, so she wanted to be on. When we were taking nominations for alternate, I was going to nominate her.
Okay, so I should clarify this. This is a combined list. So if you want to nominate someone for alternate, I suppose we'll have to go through and add those. But I will add her name to the list. So Brianna Ellison. Lisa, Fred, Wendy. Okay, that appears to be everyone on the list that pre-sent their name to Wendy. All right, I see Jerry Bloom with his hand up. Jerry?
I move that nominations be closed.
All right, I don't want to do that until I've confirmed everyone. I see Lawrence with his hand up.
On the camera. Stop, baby, stop.
Lawrence, do you have anything else that you wanted to nominate for alternate or delegate?
Yes, there were, sure. I mean, one was a technicality possibly, but
Right, hang on a second.
Andrew
There's a lot of
Chatterton.
background noise. If there's other people in your room, please mute your phone. All right, Larry.
Sorry. Yeah, you may have already gotten Andrew Chatterton, but Thomas
Yes.
Scott and Joe Hartman.
Yes, yes.
Sorry about
We
that.
will
The only
I
two
will
I didn't hear.
reread the
Oh.
names. Actually, I probably won't reread the names. We'll go through when we nominate, when we actually give speeches. That will serve as our double check.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right.
So there's a chance in case
Yeah.
someone missed. Great.
Yes, there's a chance. All right. Larry, Lawrence, Mr. White, do you have any nominations for alternate? All right, Emily Salvette, do you have any nominations for?
Patty Maloney I was going to add as an alternate.
She's already on the list.
Okay.
Emily Salvette, do you have any further nominations?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, is John Jaskob on the list?
Yes, John Jaskob is on the list.
I apologize. May
It's
I make
okay.
one comment before
Yes.
we go to the nominating speeches? Please, everybody, tell us if you are a state member or a party member, because that's required by LP bylaws to be a delegate. So we need to know if you're eligible, okay? That's what I wanted to say.
Hey,
Thank you.
Greg. What was that last name that Emily mentioned?
Jaskob.
John Jaskob. Yep. All right, I'm gonna continue to go through these names. Wendy, you just asked a point of information. Did you have anyone else to add?
I don't think so, but
Okay.
a long list. So
Well, I know. We'll go through the name. Don't worry. We'll make sure we get everyone. Bill Gelano, do you have any further nominations?
You may have just cleared it up. If you're going to announce the list, there were just a couple people that I just couldn't necessarily hear if they nominated themselves. I do have those nominations if you want them.
Okay,
now.
read them off quickly.
Just two. Jay Gillott
Jay Gillott is nominated.
and I couldn't hear if Jim Dondero was nominated.
I believe so, but we're also dealing with him on chat, so I might be confusing my memories.
I don't believe he was.
All right, I will add Jim Dondero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. So my list is so haphazard and messy. They're not in any order. So when I call people for nominations, it will be haphazard. Or speeches, I mean. All right, are there any other nominations for delegate or alternate at this point? Jerry, your hand is up.
Yeah, can Wendy, if she's got if Wendy's list is in a spreadsheet, can she sort it in alphabetical order or something and give you a hand?
I don't know the status of Wendy's spreadsheet. I could read off the names to verify, but I think we can do that when we do speeches. And you know, I'll just. No.
Point of information, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes.
Do we know how many total names have been nominated?
I will count them as soon as they're closed. I can't tell you right now because it's messy.
Move to close nominations.
Hang on, Griffin Hall, do you have anything else?
In 5 minutes, our 2:30 cutoff point is going to happen. I would like to make a motion to extend the time.
All right, okay, let's do that for an hour and a half, just to be safe. So I move to extend the convention till 4 o'clock. Hopefully it won't go that long, but it might. All in favor of extending the time of adjournment to 4 o'clock? This requires 2/3. Raise your hand or say aye.
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 All right,
Aye.
lower your hands now,
Aye,
please.
Captain.
And everyone who is opposed to extending time, say aye, click no, or say nay. All right, we will extend time till 4 o'clock. All right, now, are there any other nominations for delegate or alternate, which are effectively the same thing? I don't see any hands raised up on my participants list. And when I scroll through, I don't see anyone's hand up. So I would entertain a motion to close nominations at this point.
So moved.
Objection.
All right, Mr. Lewis.
Could we please have the names read again before we close them in case somebody is missing?
All right, good point. I will read them off my list. They're not in the order that they were nominated. They're going to be in the order that they appear on my sheet. Those names are Ron Acton, Marcy Larson, Grayson Bond, Roger Young, Ryan Roberts, Griffin Hall, Todd Baker, Patty Maloney, James Harris, Jay Hartman, Bill Hall, Brett Cashman, Jay Gillott, Tim O, Dave Holmer, Shane Allen, Samantha Allen, Frederick Horn, Paul Boehner, B. Warzebach, Dana Carver, Roderick Dolego, Brianna Ellison, Jeff Patel, Brian Ellison, Emily Salvet, Connor Nepomuceno, Leonard Schwartz, Ben Carr, Lisa Joya, James Weeks, Daniel Zimba, Scotty Bowman, Matthew Doak, Nathan Hewer, Donna Gundel-Krieg, Alex Avery. I didn't read this one very down. First name B, Rester, Eric Larson, James Peace, Andy Evans, Peter Biskupski, Tim Yao, Jeff Wood, Luke Scabaris, Katie Nepton, Claire Gelano, Jamie Van Alstine, Greg Cresswell, Lowell Gannett, Norm Peterson, Jamie Lewis, Morgan Johnson, James Hudler, Brendan Ellison, Michael Hackman, Shane Lerner, Andrew Chatterton, Larry Johnson, Jim Dondero, Vicky Hall, John Jaskob, Matt Karshus, Bob Broda, Wendy Parker, Kat Filas, Will White, Aaron Mironov, Richard Hewer, Bill Gelano, Donna Gelano, Andrew Hall, Mike Saliba, L. Rederath, Lawrence Ludlow, Thomas Scott, and Nathan Mon. That was the list. Did anyone count along with me?
I think I counted 78.
I got 77.
All right. Well, there will, so that's less than 83. So unless someone
Anthony
moves
Evans.
to Noda.
Yeah, Anthony Evans just said in chat that it was 78.
All right. 78 is likely the answer then. All right. Were there anyone that was missed? Daniel.
Not someone who was missed. Grayson Bond has informed me he would like to withdraw his nomination.
All right. Thank you for that. So that was 77 if everyone's count was right. And we can pick up to 83, but we still have to rank people so no one can attempt to vote by acclamation. All right. So a couple things now. We do need to give nominating speeches so everyone knows who everyone is.
Motion
but
to
there was-
close nominations.
Okay, motion is there a second?
I would like to add one more name, please.
I second the motion to close.
Connor, who is it?
Richard Hewer.
Richard Hewer is on the list.
Oh, I thought I didn't hear it. Never mind then.
All right, we have a motion and seconded to close nominations. All in favor of closing nominations with the approximately 78 people? Raise your hand, click yes, or say aye.
Aye.
All opposed to closing nominations, click no, say nay, or raise your hand. All right, nominations are closed. All right, so before I proceed to nominating speeches, I said 30 seconds. I would really like to enforce that, but I don't really have a stopwatch. But at the same time, I'm curious how the situation with the unresolved emails is. So could Credentials and Andrew give us an update on Lime survey?
Yes, I can speak for a moment. As of now, we've added several delegates that were not checked in. So I've sent out invites. A few of those were still not checked in, but I saw everything looks like they were eligible and marked verified, but just not checked in. So I've sent a few of those, and I will follow those up with Larry as he gets caught up. I do have a few open questions that I think are also working with Larry, as well as a few people who did not respond yet. I just sent private messages to everyone that I sent an invite to and did not get a response. So please check your private messages in the chat if you have not completed that survey yet. And lastly, there are a couple people who I think were marked as alternates or not eligible that I requested to follow up with Larry on that. So that's where the Lime survey is at.
All right. I need to point out that Jim Fulner is in the waiting room, and Jim Fulner is our National Platform Committee rep. And I don't believe Jim Fulner was nominated. So I think it's worth letting Jim in and reopening nominations since he is actually needs to be up there. Mr. Peterson, your hand
So
is raised.
moved.
I nominate Jim Fuller.
Okay, so we have to reopen nominations. This, I think, takes 2/3. All in favor of
reopen nominations?
Okay, we haven't opened that. All in favor of reopening nominations for delegates, raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed, raise your hand or say nay. All right, Mr. Jim Fulner. There are a lot of people with their hands up. So if your hand is not up because you have something to say, and I really don't want to add more people than Jim Fulner. Jim Fulner, can you hear me? Are you, all right. Do you want to go to the National Convention and be a delegate?
Yeah.
All right, then I am adding Jim Fulner. Just under the wire, Jim Fulner squeaks in.
I'm moving.
All right.
Close.
Yes, is there something, someone said something? All right.
Oh, I close nomination.
All right, move to reclose nominations. All in favor of reclosing nominations, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
Aye.
All right. So it appears as the IT things are getting worked out, we will now proceed to the next agenda item, which is 30-second up to 30-second nominating speeches. However, I encourage everyone in the interest of time to be as concise as possible. I will read off the names in the random order on my sheet. So should give plenty of time for Wendy and Andrew to type in whatever they need to do that. So the first person on my list is Ron Acton. Ron Acton is not here, and no one, I was not told there was someone to speak on Ron's behalf. So I will move on to the next person. Was on my list is Marcy Larson. Again, no one told me to authorize anyone to speak on her behalf, but I
Point of
feel that
information.
Eric should be able. Yes.
I have a stopwatch app on my computer. If you'd like me to cut people off at 30 seconds, I'd be willing to do that.
I would love for you to do that.
Will do.
All right, you are now a sergeant at arms or teller or something.
This is Eric
right.
Larson. I'll speak for Marcy Larson. That she was a delegate for 2004 and would be happy to be a delegate or alternate to represent Michigan again.
All right. I guess I should give Ron the same right. Mr. Peterson, since you are the chairman of the affiliate that he is an officer on, would you like to speak for a moment on Ron Acton's behalf? All right, I'll recognize Norm next once he gets his audio on. All right, next on the list is Roger Young. Roger Young, you have 30 seconds to tell us why we should vote for you for delegate.
Love to go to Austin, follow the Libertarian platform, and listen to the nominating speeches for the presidential candidates. Would really love to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Young. Ryan Roberts, you may speak.
I'm fairly new to the Libertarian Party in general, but I would definitely like to experience the processes of the national convention. And I'm in the process of currently trying to start an affiliate in the UP. Hopefully that's successful. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Griffin Hall.
I've been a member of the Libertarian Party since 2010, currently a state and national member. I've already been a delegate to 2 national conventions so far and have helped in LP campaigns.
All right, thank you, Griffin. Mr. Todd Biker.
I've recently become involved in the Libertarian Party, and I'm looking to get more connected and involved and see how this current presidential campaign rolls out.
All right, Patty Maloney.
Sorry, I'm gonna try to be efficient with your time. Most of you guys know me. I've been a Libertarian a long time, and so I would like to represent you guys at National.
All right, thank you, Patty. James Harris.
I'm a member of the LEC currently, and I would love to represent us at Austin and support the principal party.
All right, thank you. Mr. Joe Hartman.
My name is Joe Hartman. I'm the vice chair of the Livingston County affiliate. I've been a Libertarian for about 15 years now, and I'd like to be a delegate at the convention. Thank you.
Mr. Bill Hall.
Those who don't know me, I'm Bill Hall. I've been a card-carrying Libertarian since the National Party since 1977 and the State Party since 1981. I've served 4 years as state chair. I've been on the National Committee for 8 years and was general counsel for 20 years. And I will go wherever the convention is.
Thank you, Bill. Mr. Brett Cashman.
Yeah, I've been a delegate a few times. I'd like to go to Austin, or at least virtually go to Austin, as it looks like it might be.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jay Galat.
Hi, I'm a lifetime libertarian, been voting for the party since 72, been an official member since 97. I've been to a couple of presidential conventions, run for office several times, and vote for me. I want to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jay. Tim Orzakowski.
Hi, I'm Tim. I've been part of the party for a little bit. I ran for a position in the past, and I'd be interested in going.
All right, Dave Holmer.
Hi, I'm Dave Holmer.
I'm David Homer.
I'm
I'm
sorry,
Michigan's
hang
first
on,
Libertarian
hang
County
on.
Commissioner for
All right.
Manistee District 7, and I'm a state party member. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Holmer, I would like you to restate that. Your name sounds very similar to another delegate who also spoke at the same time. So I re-yield 30 seconds to you.
My name is David Homer. I will be Michigan's first Libertarian County Commissioner this year for Manistee District 7, and I am a state party member. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Shane Allen.
My name's Shane Allen. I'm from Galene, Michigan. Current with the Libertarian Party of Michigan, as well as National Party, as well as my wife. We'd like to go and serve. That's about it.
All right, thank you, Shane. And I will take that as Samantha's speech as well.
Awesome, thank
Fred
you.
Hornt.
Hi, Fred Hornt. I am both a National Party member and a state party member. 2018, I served as an alternate down in NOLA, and I was elevated to a delegate there. And then I've been a membership director at Macomb's affiliate for the last 2 years. I appreciate the consideration you guys in voting for me. Thank you.
All right, Paul Vanier. Paul, are you there? All right, I'll come back to Paul. Brandon Warziebach.
Good afternoon, everybody. Name's Brandon Warziebach. I'm an attorney out of St. Joseph, Michigan. Joined the party. I'm interested in the legal end of the Libertarian Party. Want to help advance the cause, and I'd love to be a delegate or at least an alternate. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Carver.
I will yield my time so this gets over with.
All right. Roderick Dolego.
Hey, Roderick Delega.
Delega.
Get more involved in the Libertarian Party. Been Libertarian for about 20 years now.
All right, thank you. Brian, would you like to speak on behalf of your children?
Yeah, sure. So my kids, Brendan and Brianna Ellison, are actually more interested in being alternates than they are in being delegates, but they'd appreciate your vote. Brendan was a alternate and later a delegate at the National Party in 2018, and they've both been delegates at the state party as well.
You're actually two people down on my list, so I will just have you speak to your own nomination while you have the floor.
All right. Well, my name is Brian Ellison. I have been a federal candidate for office in 2018. I'm a lifetime member of the State Party of Michigan. I'm a member of the National Party. Currently a candidate for president, 2018, also running for LNC secretary. And I'd appreciate your vote. I'm going to be in Austin or wherever the convention is regardless, but love to be a delegate.
All right. Jeff Patel.
Hello, yes, I am currently the membership chair at the Libertarian Party of Michigan. I've been involved with the party at the state level for several years, at the local level for about 12, 15 years, at national level since 98. So appreciate the support. I was at the convention in 2016, so thank you.
All right, Emily Salvet.
Hi, everyone. I would like to go. I'm on the National Credentials Committee, and I've been involved in the Libertarian Party since 1983 and involved in Michigan since 1986. And I've been chair twice, secretary 3 times, been on the national committee. So I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
If we don't let you go, do you still have to do credentials at national?
I have to do credentials no matter what.
Right. Connor.
Yes, I'd like to speak first on behalf of the two other nominations I made. First, Mr. Leonard Schwartz, he wrote a statement for me to read. Leonard Schwartz, he joined the Libertarian Party in 1980. He was a candidate in every election since 2000 and a frequent officer of both the state party and the Oakland County affiliate, and he supports a Big Tent party. The other person I'd like to speak on behalf of is Mr. Ben Carr. He is presently an officer in Oakland County. He's been an officer for several years. He's been an activist for pretty much the same period of time, and a party member for several years before that. And he's just a person I respect. He's been very helpful in Oakland County, and hope he gets the delegate spot. Lastly, I'd like to speak on behalf of my own nomination. I've been involved in the LPM for 2 years now as an activist. I've been an officer, chairman of the Oakland County affiliate for the last year. We've been pushing very hard, being very active. And I also chair our social media committee. And I feel I've been very successful at that. And I bought a convention package to Austin a year ago. I have an Airbnb booked. I'm going to be there however it ends up, whether I'm a delegate or not. So I'd appreciate your votes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Connor. Regarding Leonard's consecutive election appearance streak since 2000, he's actually in 3rd place. I'm in 2nd. I've been on the ballot since 98. Our winner is Scotty Bowman, who's been on the ballot every year since 94. So he is our current longest consecutive election appearance. Lisa Joya.
Yeah, I think most everybody knows me. I went to Orlando in 2016 and NOLA in 2018. I've run for office a couple of times, and I'm going to Austin or wherever it is. And I'd appreciate to be nominated, or I am nominated. I'd appreciate being your delegate. Thank you.
Mr. James Weeks.
Well, hello, everyone. Basically, I already have my plane ticket booked to Austin, so I'm really hoping it's in Austin. I also have my hotel room booked in Austin, so I'm hoping it's in Austin, but we'll see what happens. I'll be there. I mean, I got the travel arrangements already made. Lifetime member of the Libertarian Party of Michigan, monthly donor to the Libertarian Party National, ran for office every election since 2010, I think. I don't remember when the first time I ran, but it's been a while. I ran for office a bunch.
Thank you.
All right. Actually, Daniel, you're next, actually. So I'll keep track of your time.
All right. I am both a state and national party member. I am the Wayne County Secretary, and I also assisted the convention committee in setting up this meeting today. I'm seeking your election to delegate because I was disappointed by the candidates we put forward in 2016 and hope to see that change. My travel arrangements are in place, and I intend to attend regardless of what happens. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Scotty Bowman. Scotty, we're going to give you time to talk. All right, I will come back to Scotty.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't unmute myself. Yeah, I'm Scotty Bowman. Most people already know a lot about myself. I did want to also speak for Greg Creswell, who is the first candidate to run in a Michigan primary, a Libertarian primary, which he won unopposed. And both me and him together ran for governor in 2006 on the platform of opposing the Michigan Civil Rights Initiative, supporting the Michigan Civil Rights Initiative, which passed overwhelmingly, ending race-based discrimination in Michigan.
All right, thank you. Matthew Doak.
Hi, everybody. My name is Matthew Doak. Just a lifelong little L libertarian, but just got involved with the Libertarian Party of Michigan recently. Spent some time with the Ron Paul campaign in the GOP, became a national delegate, voted for him in Tampa. Just really became disenchanted and realized I was wasting my time there and want to do what I can to help out here. So I would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Hewer.
Hi. Yeah, so I'm a LEC member currently serving, and I'll be going to the convention wherever it's held. So I'd like your vote. That's it.
All right. Donna Gundelkrieg.
Yes, I have been a member for 20 years. I just became a lifetime state member. I was the leader in building up Northwest Michigan affiliate, and I'm currently the political director. So I'd love to go to national.
All right. Thank you. Alex Avery.
Yeah, I'm a bit new to the Libertarian Party of Michigan, but I've been a supporter of the Libertarian Party since 2004 when I tried talking my mom into voting for Bednarik since I wasn't old enough to vote. I've been an activist since 2010, starting in Indiana. I ran for office 3 times there and twice in New Hampshire. I'm finally back home in Michigan. I'm happy to be home. I do miss making left turns, but I would very much appreciate your vote. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Benjamin Reister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Benjamin Reisterer. I'm a business owner and a veteran. In 2006, 2007, while I was in the service, Ron Paul's campaign really woke me up to the importance of libertarianism. And ever since then, I've been supporting small L and large L libertarian candidates. I'd appreciate your vote to be able to get involved and really help push libertarianism at the national level. Thank you.
All right. Eric Larson. You spoke just for Marcy, though, right? You didn't call.
I spoke for Marcy, correct. Okay. And actually, I misspoke that it was a 2008 convention that she.
Oh, you can't go now.
But I was also there in 2008, and I was also in 1996, back when I was in college, went with Emily Salvet. So I've been in the Libertarian Party a long time, run for state office a number of times as well, and then served in positions both locally and the state level. So I'd appreciate support to go to Austin or wherever we end up.
All right, thank you. James Peace.
Hello, I'm James Peace, relative newcomer to the Libertarian Party, but longtime political malcontent. And you need to make me a delegate to the National Convention so that decorum can be maintained.
All right, thank you. Mr. Andy Evans.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say I am a member of the state party, member of the national party, chair of the Straits area affiliate, a bunch of other bullshit. I love you all bunches, and I hope I can serve you in any manner you choose to have me.
All right, thank you. Peter Biskupski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm the chair of the Northwest Michigan Libertarian Party, and I am a state member, and I would love to represent the state at nationals, and taxation is theft.
Mr. Yao, Tim Yao.
Hi, I'd love to go, but I'm just going to relinquish my time. Most everybody knows who I am, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Tim. Mr. Jeff Wood.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jeff Wood, second generation libertarian. Been on the ballot at the county, state, and national level. I'm the longest serving member of the LEC, lifetime member of the state party. Most importantly, I'm a member of the National Platform Committee. I'm helping represent Michigan on that. So like Emily, I have to go to Austin anyway, whether I'm a delegate or not. So I hope I can count on your support so I can represent Michigan, not just on the Platform Committee, but as a delegate as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Luke Scabaris. Luke, are you on the call?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm Luke Scabaris. I'm the chairman of the Capital Area Libertarian Party. I was able to attend the New Orleans convention, and I was really hoping to attend this Austin convention. I'm committed to doing what it takes to represent Michigan as a delegate, no matter the circumstances. So I would appreciate your vote.
Just a point to note, our participants list is at 98. Remember, I upgraded the plan from 100 to 500, so I really hope we at least hit 101 today. Katie Neptune is not here, right? Luke, would you like to also speak to Katie Neptun's nomination for
Yeah.
delegate?
Yeah, Katie was extremely excited at the idea of being a national delegate. She already has, she said she was planning to drive down to Texas if the planes weren't working. So she's very excited at the idea, and I'm sure she also would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the planes will work. They may just be not allowed to take off. Claire Gelano is not here. Would Mr. Bill Gelano speak to her behalf? Mind you, she's your sister, so be nice.
Here. I'm here, Greg.
Oh, you
Yes.
are? Okay,
Oh,
excellent.
sorry. Go ahead.
Claire, you may speak to your own nomination then.
Thank you. I had my mic on mute as instructed, and you need a cup of coffee. First of all, I would like to speak to Jamie Van Alstein's nomination. She's the former vice chair of the Wayne County affiliate, and she'd be very capable and happy to serve in any way necessary. For myself, I've been an integral part and active member of the Wayne County affiliate, and I'm also proud to say that I ran a campaign for my brother as vice chair for his governor bid in 2018. My brother is Bill Gelano. Thank you, Greg.
You're welcome. All right, next on the list is Lowell Gannett.
Yeah, I've been voting Libertarian since Ed Clark, and not sure when I was a member, but I became active in 1993. Past Wayne County Libertarian Party chair and current treasurer, and also been member of board member of Wayne County Taxpayer Association, and been a multiple candidate for the party in state and county elections.
Thank you, Lowell.
Norm Peterson, are you, okay.
I am unmuted this time.
All right.
So, I also just got off the phone with Ron Acton,
Okay.
who is still very much interested. He says he did not get any emails recently from anyone regarding this event, which is why he's not here today.
Okay, Ron was not on our delegate list, so there may have been a breakdown that way, but
Oh, really?
regardless, would you like to speak to his nomination then?
Yeah, Ron was my co-founder of the Jackson Hillsdale group. Very active. He also, prior to that, was the organizer of the Jackson County Tea Party. Very much a Ron Paul orientation to that Tea Party, which is what attracted me to the Tea Party where I met Ron. So just a ball of energy. Speaking for myself, I've been a member of the National Libertarian Party since the late 90s, but I always had a professional conference that met the same weekend as the National Libertarian Party did. So I've never been able to attend. Now that I'm retired, I have that option. And since I did retire, I also have started the local Jackson Hillsdale Party and become quite active in the state party.
All right, thank you, Norm. I want to go back to Paul Vayner. I missed you earlier. You were not able to unmute. Are you, can you hear me, Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
You're welcome.
Yeah, lifetime libertarian, member of the state party. Yield my time.
And he has a big truck to transport big statues of liberty. All right, Jamie Lewis.
Jamie Lewis, Vice Chair of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. I've been going to national conventions. First one was 2000. Interested in participating in this one and hope to have your vote. I also want to speak to Morgan Johnston's nomination. She is new to the party and is really interested in being a national delegate. She's afraid people won't know her well enough to vote for her, but she did resurrect and is currently the chair, I believe, of the Grand Valley Libertarian student group. And So she's excited about being participating in her first national convention and hopes that she gets a chance to go. So I would strongly encourage everyone to vote for her. Thank you.
All right, is James Hudler on the line anywhere?
May I speak for him if he's not?
Yes. Go ahead, Emily.
Okay. James Hudler is one of the founders of the Michigan Party. He's been at every national convention since 1972. He really needs to go, and I know he wants to go because he said he's going if it kills him. And so please support James Hudler. Thank you.
There'd be some poetic justice, I suppose, about it. All right, Michael, Mr. Weeks, I will give you the floor to speak on behalf of Michael Hackman and Shane Lerner, unless there was someone else that was authorized.
Vote for him.
Great. Mr. Jim Fuller. This is not the last list, it's actually the top of my last column, so we're about 3/4 of the way through. Jim Fuller. All right, I'll come back to Jim Fuller. Andrew Chatterton.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andrew Chatterton. I'm a new member to the state and national party. Tried to get involved as much as I could really quickly. I joined the Wayne County affiliate and was elected to the Central Committee. And I've been working very closely with the state party to support this convention and set up this voting platform. So hopefully it's going as smoothly as possible. Look forward to working with everybody going forward, and I request to have your selection as a delegate for the national convention, to which I plan to attend and have all my travel arrangements in place.
Thank you, Andrew.
Mr. Fuller, I'm going to go back to you. I see you're present, but you're not hearing me. Are you? I'm not even seeing you. All right, so whenever Jim finds his unmute button. Larry Johnson.
Yes, I believe my notoriety precedes me, so I will yield the rest of my time. I would like to be a delegate.
All right, Jim Dondero. I don't believe he's here. I don't remember who nominated him, but would the nominator speak to his nomination?
Greg, I nominated. May I speak?
Yes, Bill, go ahead.
Jim is a longtime libertarian. He has been in the party since the early 2000s. Been to several conventions. He's now retired and has connections in Austin, so I think it'd be a good fit for him.
All right, Vicki Hall.
Thank you, Greg. I have been a state and national Libertarian Party member since 1984 and a delegate to many national conventions, as well as serving as a Libertarian presidential elector multiple times. I've volunteered for local, state, and national LP campaigns. I've attended many state conventions and served on the state convention committee. I'm an active member in the Libertarian Party of Michigan. I have hotel reservations for the national convention should it convene in Austin, and I'm available for the virtual convention if not. Please give me your vote.
Thank you, Vicki. John Jaskob.
Thank you. I'm John Jaskob. I've been a member of the National Party since 1990. I'm a life member of the National, State, and the Huron Raisin affiliate. I've been a delegate at every national convention since 1996, and I'd be proud to represent Michigan again.
All right, thank you, John. Matt Karshus.
Hi, I'm Matt Karshus. I'm a member of the Libertarian Party in Michigan and national, and I participated in the 2018 state and national conventions, and I would like your vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Bob Broda.
Okay, I'm Bob Broda. I've been a member of the party since 92, active since 94. I'm a lifetime at both state and national, and I have my travel arrangements already set.
All right, thank you, Bob. Wendy Parker.
Hi, everybody. I am the secretary of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. It's big shoes to fill for Emily, but I'm enjoying what I do. I'm also both a member for the state and national party. And I missed out on 2016. I missed out on last year, the year before last, and I would love to go and experience, that kind of atmosphere and all the chaos and everything. I would just love to go. So, thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
All right, Catherine Filas.
I am a state and national member. I was a delegate to the New Orleans conference. I was present for every vote, and I'd be proud to represent you again.
Thank you. Mr. Will White.
I've been a state and national member since 1992. Been on the executive committee, the local and state parties a number of times, and always excited to go to the national convention, whether it's real or online. I appreciate your support.
All right, thank you. Aaron Mironov.
Hello, my name is Aaron Mironov. I'm from Macomb County. I'm a state and national member. I'm a proud Rothbardian / Hayekian libertarian, and I hate the government like many of you. I'd love to be a delegate. Thanks.
All right, Richard Hewer.
Fine. I started working libertarian, although within the Republican Party, in 1964 for Barry Goldwater, and have primarily done that most of the time, always trying to find a change. That appears not to be working very well, so I am now following my son into the Libertarian Party and would like your support.
Thank you, Richard. Bill Jeleno, you can speak to yourself and your wife if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Jeleno. I joined the state national parties the day after the 1996 election. I've had the good pleasure to serve as state chairman twice, served in many other positions. Very proud to have had the opportunity to win our first statewide primary for governor in 2018. My wife, Donna, would also like to be a delegate. She's a behind-the-scenes activist, does a great deal for the party, including organizing convention banquets and many, many other things. And we'd both be very proud to represent the greatest party in the state, the Libertarian Party of Michigan.
Thank you, Bill. Andrew Hall.
Hi, my name is Andrew Hall. I've been an LP member since 1998, a delegate for many national conventions. I've been on the National Credentials Committee twice. I've attended and helped plan many conventions and been the principal organizer of 3 of them, and chair and part of a committee in those as well. I've been a Credentials Committee chair and on it for the state convention multiple times. I've been an LEC at-large member and active in the Libertarian Party of West Michigan as a chair and vice chair.
All right,
Presidential elector.
you're cut off, Andrew. Mike Saliba, you have the floor.
I first went door-to-door with Nolan quizzes in 2000, joined the state and national party in 2012, ran for state rep, ran for state senate, currently running for U.S. Congress, currently District 9 LEC rep, founder and chair of Macomb Libertarians, previously served in my local government as an appointee, and I bought everybody party mass and absinthe in New Orleans, found some good taco places in Austin. Already immune to Corona.
Thank you, Mike. Luke Rederath.
I'm Luke, member of the state national, involved in the Huron Raisin group, and already have flight travel booked, so I'm going one way or another.
All right, Larry Ludlow. Lawrence Ludlow.
Hi, Lawrence Ludlow here. Like Emily, I've been involved since the early 1980s, sometimes as a candidate, sometimes supporting others. I'm committed to going to this convention, whether it's virtual or not, and I'd love it if you'd vote for me.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thomas Scott.
Thank you, Greg. My name is Thomas Scott. I'm the secretary of the Capital Area affiliate here in Lansing. I recently moved here from Pennsylvania recently, where I was involved in their party. I'm just really excited to bring some energy to the local level here in Lansing. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Mon.
Hi, I'm Nathan Mon. I'm not sure how the 2 major parties continue to get worse, but I finally decided to get more official and joined the LP recently. I would love to be given a spot to go down and vote for someone I believe to be a strong and concise speaker to hold both major parties to the feet to the fire. Thank you.
All right, and returning to Mr. Jim Fulner, are you able to unmute your phone? All right, well, Jim is our national platform committee representative, so I think he should go because he's actually representing us in that respect. All right, so the bylaws say that I automatically get to go, so I will not be on the ballot, but just so you know, there's nothing you can do about this, but taxation is the price we pay for a free society, and there is such a thing as a free lunch. So that is my speech. Now we have concluded our speeches. Larry and Andrew, how are we with the credentialing and Lyme survey?
I believe our numbers now agree. My list of credentialed candidates and Andrew's list of email should both stand at the same number, I believe.
All right, Jamie, you have your hand up.
John George is a delegate to this convention. He is currently in the waiting room. Would he be able to get in before this vote is taken?
He's been in and out. So is he credentialed, Larry? Is he?
Yes, he is credentialed.
Okay, I'm admitting him. All right.
He will receive an email for the.
All right. So just hang on, Andrew. As we've gone through the list, do you feel that the list you have is accurate? Do I need to re-list everybody?
I think that would be a good idea. Let me double check here. So you're referring to the list of nominees, is that correct?
Yeah, everyone that just spoke.
Yeah, I did not.
No order, so it's going to be hard to.
Let me see here.
Well, I can
Point of
actually,
order?
if the numbers match. Yes, who was that?
James Peace, I have a point of order.
Yes.
Vermin Supreme needs to be elevated to the status of delegate, I'm being told. That's for the Genesee County affiliate.
Right. Larry, can you comment on that? Do they have do they have
He
spots
does
in the
not have
delegation?
current LPM membership, so he is not eligible.
All right. So I think I'm going to count the number of names. If the counting matches, then it's probably going to be right. So give me 1 minute to count the delegates. So Grayson Bond is the only one on my list that is not actually going. So 1, 2, 3.
Wendy, in parallel, can I ask you, the list you sent me, it had several rows that were blacked out. I assume those should be removed, and then some rows that were blued out.
Man, you know, I don't know it keeps doing that. Because, like, the blue ones are the ones that aren't supposed or aren't going, but I don't know why it keeps blacking out the rest of them.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 20, 20, 16, and 20.
Okay, so everything in the file should be included, even if it's got colored shading in of any color?
The only two that should not be are 19 and 20.
I have 77 delegates, which is consistent with what we were having earlier because people said 78 and then I crossed off Grayson Boyd. So if there are 77 people in your list, Andrew, it's probably correct.
I
I've
have
got-
77.
Okay.
I've got
Minus Ben
All right.
and Kristen.
Point of order.
Yes.
Okay, so back to the Vermin Supreme. As the vice chair of Genesee County, I have a standing challenge. Our records indicate Vermin Supreme is in fact a paid member of the Libertarian Party Michigan.
Larry, can you comment on that? You and Jeff would be the two that would most know that.
That's a correct statement. He is a member.
All right.
I have no idea. I think he should be elevated if he is, but I have no information to speak on whether he is or not. But I do know he was a duly appointed alternate from Genesee County.
Okay, that's correct. Jeff, if you're saying he has paid, he has a membership
Within 30 days.
within 30 days.
I joined in February.
Okay. All right, then I don't see any reason, if he fits the criteria, to not elevate him. Well, the issue then becomes adding him to the Lyme survey quiz.
That can still be done.
Point of information, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I was just getting someone else credentialed. Who are we discussing at this time?
We're discussing Vermin Supreme.
We would need to check with Mr. Patel to see if he has.
Mr. Patel's confirmed that he joined in February, so he should be eligible from all our requirements.
Okay.
Point of order, weren't the nominations closed already for delegates?
This is not, this is to be elevated to a state convention delegate. This is separate. He's not going to be on the ballot for national convention. This is simply making, okay. So Larry and Andrew, can you make sure that Vermin Supreme is included in the list, the spreadsheet, and the Lyme survey?
I need an email address for him.
I'll send it right now.
Okay. So after the removal of the two names that Wendy mentioned, I currently have 76 nominees in my list, not 77.
Was Jim Fulner included? He was the last person.
He's included. Jim Dondero was an addition that Wendy messaged me about.
What about Greg Cresswell?
I'll double check for him momentarily. I'm adding the Vermin Supreme email address.
I think why he didn't show up is he's not a resident of Michigan.
If there's a discrepancy, I'm going to have you read your names, and then I'll cross them off my list and see which one is missing.
I do have Greg Creswell.
All right, are there any others that might be likely ones, anyone that had a weird nomination that you may have missed? We did go back to Ron Acton and Paul Vayner when we were doing our nominating speeches.
I have Ron Acton. I have Paul Vayner, both.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Greg is on there.
is this potentially Greg being on one of the lists and not on the other one? Greg Stimfel.
Oh,
Let me see.
no, because yeah, I'm not on. There's 77 names on my list and 76 names in the poll, so I wouldn't come into play here. All right, we have to do this right. The only other suggestion, I think, Andrew, it may take a little while, but just read off the names and I'll cross them off, and hopefully we'll get to the missing one soon.
Certainly, okay. Just 1 second. Pulling up the.
Are there any other
survey.
people that are following along? Was there any other likely places where we could have gotten tripped up in the process?
Is
Point of
Noda in
information.
your list already? Noda would be my 77th candidate.
I did not include Noda in my list, so
Okay.
Noda would be the 78th candidate.
Maybe one of the Ellisons. We were talking about alternates.
Yes. Do you have 3 Ellisons? Wendy.
I have Brendan, Brianna, and Brian.
Okay. Wendy, you had your hand up.
Okay, no, that's not the one. Okay, I thought I found it.
All right, Andrew, I guess just start counting, listing them. Yeah.
Point of information, if Andrew reads it, we will not find out who it is until we're done. If you
Okay,
read
so
it,
I
Greg.
will, okay, I'll read the list again, but this time I'll go in the reverse order. to mix
Actually,
it
it'd be easier for me to read off because then I can just, if you don't have a name, or no, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
gonna
have
have
to
an
search
extra
and-
name.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go in reverse order this time. Nathan Mon, Thomas Scott.
Hold on 1 second, because I have to
Okay.
search the whole
Oh.
list, which is tricky for each.
Point of information, wouldn't it be easier just to send out the survey with a list that you got, and then if there's a discrepancy, that'll turn up when you get the emails back?
Once
no,
I
because
send
we'll
out
have
the
to
list,
revote anyway.
I can't modify the list once I send it.
Okay.
Nathan.
So let's see. Jamie Van Alstine was nominated by someone else.
That was by me, Clariana
Right.
Delano.
Right. So I'm
Yep,
thinking
I have
those
her.
might be more
I have
likely.
Nathan Mon, the first you mentioned.
Okay.
Greg?
Yes.
It seems obvious to me that it's easier for Andrew to read the names than you to check them off your list.
Okay.
I got
Yeah.
the search down, so I can do that if we just go one by one. Either way, whatever you want me to do.
All right. You read off. I'm familiar with this orientation, my list. So you read off your
Okay.
list in whatever order, and I'll try to follow along.
Emily Salvet.
Yep.
Jim Fulner.
Yes.
Aaron Mironov.
No, actually, these will be on here, of course. Yep.
Bill Hall.
Yes.
Vicky Hall.
Yes.
Andrew Hall.
Yes.
Griffin Hall.
He's yep.
Katie Neptune.
All right.
Bob Broda.
Right.
Eric Larson.
Go to the next one. It's on here. I'll find it when I search some more.
Ben Reisterer.
Got it. Yeah, there's Eric. All right.
Eric's good. Okay. Marcy Larson.
Yep.
Thomas Scott.
Yep.
Alexander Avery.
Yep.
Daniel Zamba.
He's on here. I'll look for him as I go. All right.
Andrew Chatterton.
Yep.
Grayson Bond.
No. He should
Okay.
not be on the list.
All right, I will remove Grayson.
But then we got a discrepancy of 2 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right.
Shane Allen.
Shane Allen, yes.
Samantha Allen.
Yep.
Jeff Wood.
Yep.
James Weeks.
Yep.
Leonard Schwartz.
Yep.
Ron Acton.
Yes.
Ryan, Brendan, and Brianna Ellison. I think we checked already.
Brianna, hang on. Brendan and Brian. All right.
Lisa Lane Goya.
Yep,
I apologize if I pronounce it wrong. Frederick Hornt.
Got it.
Wendy Parker.
Yep.
Lawrence Ludlow.
Yep.
David Holmer.
Yep. Yep.
Ben Carr.
Yes.
Will White.
He's on here. I'm not seeing it at the second. Oh, here it is. All right.
After Will White is Connor Nepomuceno.
Got it.
Trying to get recognized on your side, Skip.
Matt Karshus.
Yep, got it.
Donna Gundel Krieg.
4:30.
Yep.
Kat Phyllis.
All right.
Bill Gelanu.
Yep.
Donna Gelanu.
Yep.
Clara Gelanu.
She was also on my list. I'll go back to her, but yeah, she's, oh, there she is. All right.
Greg Creswell.
Yep.
Luke Retera.
Yes.
Nathan Mon.
Yep.
Larry Johnson.
Yep.
Matt Doak.
Yep.
Nathan Hewer.
Yep, right here.
John Jaskob.
Yep.
Richard Hewer.
Yep.
Mike Saliba.
Yep.
Roderick Dolega.
Yes.
Andy Evans.
Yep.
Roger Young.
Yes.
Ryan Roberts.
Yep.
Todd Baker.
Yep.
Eddie Maloney.
Yes.
James Harris.
Yes.
Joe Hartman.
Yes.
Brett Cashman.
Yes.
Jay Jalot.
Yes.
Tim Orzechowski.
Yes.
Apologies for name mistakes. Jamie Lewis.
Yes.
Morgan Johnston.
Yes.
Paul Vayner.
Yes.
Brandon Wodarski.
Yes.
James Peace.
Yes.
Dana Carver.
Yes.
Pete Bikupski.
Yes.
Kim Yao.
Yep.
Luke Scabaris.
Yes.
Lowell Ganot.
Yep.
Shane Leaner.
Yes.
Michael Heckman.
Yes.
James Hudler.
Yes.
Jamie Van Alstine.
Yes.
Norm Peterson.
Yes.
And Jim Dondero. That is the last on my list.
Okay, Jeff Patel is not listed,
Okay.
and neither is Scotty Bowman.
Let me ask, what do you mean by not listed, and what list are we talking
No,
about?
Scotty, we are troubleshooting who was missing off our list. You're good. We just verified. There were two missing people, and I identified them. It's Jeff Patel and Scotty Bowman. So.
Okay, so it wasn't removing people, it was adding.
No, don't worry about it. It's all good. All right, so now Larry and Andrew. Are we now ready to conduct this ballot?
So with the addition of Vermin Supreme to the delegate list, I now have 93 voting delegates prepared for the vote. Of note, I had, I believe, 5 people who did not complete the Supreme Court nomination. I messaged them and did not get a response, but we can follow that up separately. I've got all the delegates, I believe, synchronized with Larry.
All right, so
93 is correct.
Okay, so green light for Larry. We're good with Andrew. So at your convenience, send out the poll.
Okay, I will have a very short preparation to get that out, and I will inform everyone when the surveys are going out. Thanks for bearing with the delays to get this going, and much
No, we
appreciated,
got it.
everyone.
No, it's important to do it right. That's all good. So
I did have a point of information, Mr. Chair. Are we
Yes.
approaching the extended time that we set? Do we need to extend again?
we have half an hour. So let's see how this goes and then assess how much more time we need to add. and assess the agenda for what we can and cannot do and get away with. So let's vote and see how that goes and then reassess our time.
Should we work on the breakout rooms once we've started the voting process for delegates so that we can do that while we're waiting for the results to be tabulated?
Yes, I will attempt while we are voting to assign people to breakout rooms. So point of information, Vermin Supreme, and I believe, oh no, he will not be assigned to a delegate room or a breakout room because it's only for people that live in Michigan. All right, so while everyone's voting, I will attempt to assign people to breakout rooms for the next agenda.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
I will not, I won't be able to multitask on this. So yes, really quickly, and then I'll need my undivided.
If you send anyone to breakout rooms right now, they
No,
will
I
not be
will
able-
not.
Okay.
I will not send anyone to
Withdrawn.
breakout rooms now.
And to confirm one more time, 93 was the correct number of delegates. Is that right?
That is correct.
Excellent. All right. We'll have these invites going out very quickly.
So when I do 13 rooms, which is 13 congressional districts, it says 7 to 8 participants per room. I hope that's just an average and not a limit because some districts have 1 and some have like 20. So let's see how that works. Breakout room 1.
Okay. Email sending is in progress. I will announce again when it's complete.
This will be quicker.
Okay, it looks like all emails have gone out. So please check spam inboxes and make sure anything didn't end up there.
We should probably all stay in the main room, Greg, at least until we verified that people have received the emails.
No, yeah, I'm not gonna, this won't take place until I do it. It just takes a while to set up. I'm gonna have to sort the list by alphabetical order by first name and print that in order to do this efficiently.
How much time are we allotting for responses?
I didn't set a limit, but I guess we'll give it a few minutes, and I don't know if, I think we can just stop it at some point.
Point of information, it's nominally 15 minutes per the agenda.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and this might be a good sort of breakout. I've got it. This is extremely tedious to do this breakout room thing, so. Because everyone's sorted by first name, so all my lists are. Hey, Larry, is there a list of just the delegates that are here? Because my list has 3 times the number of people on it.
Do you have the ability to look at the spreadsheet on the Google Drive? It's currently
that's
sorted.
probably the best.
Currently
way to
sorted
do
with
it.
the present delegates to the top.
Okay.
And it's sorted by last name within that, relatively close. One person came out of alphabetical order for some reason.
If I can find it, my email's beyond cluttered right now.
You want me to send you an invite?
Yeah, I can't. I'm not going to be able to find it in a timely manner.
There you go.
How did you send it to me?
If you click on share in the Google Drive, it allows you to put in a name, and I selected your Gmail address and sent.
No, where do I go? Well, like, do I just go to my face? Like, where's the invite?
Gmail. Should be your newest email.
No. All right, I'll just use the old list.
I sent it to you as an email attachment.
All right, in the interest of time, I don't know if I'm going to get this done in any appropriate time, so I am going to only do breakout. No, shoot. All right, Larry, I'm going to need that list. This is a very, very tedious process.
I sent it to you through your Gmail account as an attachment to the email. Should show up as a PDF, I believe.
I don't have anything in my Gmail from you. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't at the top of the page.
There you go.
Oh, Larry, I'm not going to be able to read that font.
Oh, sorry. Can you find the one that has a direct link to the Google Drive? Then you could just open it in Google Drive. Sort by sender.
Larry, can you just send me an actual spreadsheet with just the names of the delegates and the congressional district they're in? Is there any way you can do that?
Yes. Won't be a spreadsheet. Might not be a spreadsheet. We'll see.
Just a list of names and numbers is all I need at this point.
Uh, real quick, you guys, I'm sorry. My wife never received the vote email.
I checked the spam and I checked my
But I
inbox.
received mine, and I gave my information, my wife's email information, to who needed it. She did receive the trial, like the
The convention login information.
but she never received the vote for this.
Correct.
Is that Stephanie Allen, I think?
No, it's Samantha Allen Butler.
Samantha Allen,
but,
sorry.
her email address, I can send it to you in a text real quick if you'd like it.
I don't know if I had her as a registered delegate signed in and everything like that. Larry, are you able to help with that, or are you still working on your survey?
I had messaged Larry twice earlier about how my wife was going to be on the meeting with my phone since we're in the same house in the same room.
Yeah.
And I text him her email as well as mine, as well as I believe Wendy Parker got her email prior to that as well. But I can give it to you again if you need it.
Yeah, I think she's a Genesee delegate under the name of Samantha Butler.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's Samantha Allen Butler.
Yeah, we got married.
Yes. Yes, and we did have an email address for her on that one, so she should have received it. If not, we need to try again.
I also got a... Larry, can you message me when she is updated in the spreadsheet, and I will get her added and get her an invite. I also have a message from Jamie Van Alstine, who I see looks like she is current and verified but not signed in. So if you give the go ahead for her, I will get her out an invite as well.
Oh, right here, join Zoom. But that's what do I need to do?
Just wait for the email. They're gonna resend
Okay.
it. Okay, I'm gonna send that. Andrew, just to be clear, would you like me to send my wife's email address to you?
Larry, do you mind to handle that?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'll mute my mic. I'll shut up and let you guys work.
No worries. Thank you for letting us know. We'll try to get it corrected quickly.
So if anyone hasn't received their ballot, who should they be messaging?
Andrew Chatterton, please, and I will work on that.
Andrew, Samantha is good now. She is in the Genesee delegation.
Samantha Allen, is that right?
Samantha Allen Butler, yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You'll find, if you're looking for a last name sort, you'll find it under Butler.
Okay.
And
All right, I'm working on Samantha's entry right now. Okay, Samantha, your email should be on its way to you. Let me know if you don't receive it in the next few moments, please.
was there anyone else who had problems?
Did you get Jamie Van Alstyne added in?
Ah,
Hey,
is she present?
I got some messages from her on the chat.
I am present.
Okay, let me double check that one. Oh man, I just resorted it.
I did get some messages from Ron Heron earlier when we were doing the Supreme Court that he never got that ballot. So, but I don't know if he's still on right now, that if he got one for this one or not.
There's Jamie. All right, Jamie's good.
Okay, I will get Jamie's invite out. Anyone else? I heard one person mention that they didn't receive an invite, but please send a message, private message to Andrew Chatterton with the details if we haven't discussed your name and you still haven't received it.
Okay, Ron did just say in the chat that he did get this one, so he's all set.
Excellent.
I got a message that said that my vote timed out, but then it gave me an acknowledgement that it sent the survey. Can you tell?
I can see who has completed them, but I can't see if responses and such. Who was that speaking?
This is Tullio Peroni.
Did you get an email confirmation?
Yes.
I see that you
Okay.
are registered as having completed the survey.
All right. I guess it worked. Thanks.
Yep.
Hey, maybe
Okay.
it's a good thing we didn't live stream this.
Jamie, your invite is on its way. Please let me know if you don't receive it shortly.
Just imagine all the people that are missing out. They would have been on the edge of their seats.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff. Are you not entertained?
I'm getting notice that Vermin Supreme has not received his email invite, so I will work on manually making the link and sending that to him directly via private chat for anyone who's involved with that. So give me one moment and I will send a link for you.
I'm still about halfway through adding these people. It's sorted in probably the most inconvenient way possible to do this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was sorted in some manner before, but now it's not.
It's just I can only add people to an individual breakout room, and they're sorted by first name, and they're not. It's just a narrow thing. So it's just, this is not. I didn't appreciate how difficult this would be, because this was really easy when we were doing it with 30. But when we're doing it with 100, it became significantly more difficult.
I just sent the invite link directly on private chat to Vermin Supreme. I'm showing there are 9 people who have yet to complete the survey.
Hey, Andrew, just letting you know my wife did receive the email and it's complete. Thanks.
Thank you very much for letting me know.
And then a lot of people have dropped out, so I'm constantly searching for names that aren't even on this list.
I will try to message everyone who I see has not completed it yet that I haven't talked to. And I will update.
Point of information, I'm not sure if I simply missed it or if it hasn't been said yet, but we have exceeded our 15-minute voting window, I believe, and we are 8 minutes from 4 o'clock.
All right, I'm going to turn this convention over to Ben Boren because I have to give, this is taking a really long time and it needs my complete undivided attention. So Ben Boren, can you take over the convention until I get the breakout room assignment situated?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just holding down the fort right now, right? Yes.
Mr. Boren,
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion to extend the time for both the national delegate voting and the deadline for closing the convention so that we may finish our business by the national delegate voting by 15 minutes and the total convention time by a half an hour from the
Second.
current deadline of 4 o'clock.
All right. Let me. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? No.
Aye.
Okay. Motion to extend convention.
Aye.
All right, so where I'm at right now, I added most people, but because the list was sorted so weird, I didn't completely add everyone to every breakout room, assuming I could go in and add more people once the list got small. I can't do that. So the only way I can proceed now is once we're ready to start the breakout rooms, I will assign I will have to start them, and then I'm going to have to continue to assign about a third more of the people. This is really not how I thought this would work. Yeah, you can't go back in. You can't make, once you do it once, you cannot make additional assignments. And I've only got about 2/3 of the people in the breakout rooms. And I'm afraid to hit recreate because I don't want to start over. So when we start the congressional district caucuses, I may need to assign more people to the rooms.
Which congressional districts need to have breakouts?
They all technically should, but it's 2, 4, 5, 6, and 13, I think.
Also 10.
10.
That is my district, and I moved out of the district.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, all right. So I guess another one. What district are you in now?
I live in the 9th.
Okay, since you were elected though, for the,
Mr.
I
Chairman.
don't think you're compelled to resign if you were elected from that.
If we can take care of it today.
Point of information.
Mr. Fulner is seeking that position.
Actually, I'm sorry. Ben Bourne is still technically in charge of the convention, but I'm ready. I'm done with much as I can right now, so I will take over. All right, I'm sharing now. What, Mr. Lewis?
Speaking, we discussed this before on that the 10th district does need a representative, so that one does need to be filled. But Kat was elected for a 2-year term, and there was no requirement that she continues to live in her district, so she is still on the board. The board will just gain another member because of her moving. But so we can't force her to resign because she doesn't live in her district, so she's welcome to stay on the committee.
I don't think we can have extra people on the LEC.
There's someone from that district seeking the position, and I'm going to resign as of now.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Catherine, for your service on the LEC this past year. I'm sorry to see you go, but we still need you for other things.
I'm still working out some challenges, technical difficulties with Fireman Supreme. He was not able to access it, but I am resetting up his survey, and it verified that he had not completed it prior. So I'm setting up a new invitation for him that will hopefully work this time. So that is the status of the nominee poll, or the delegate poll.
Okay, at this point,
Greg, we did make a motion to extend the meeting by 15, or excuse me, delegate voting by 15 minutes as well. I didn't know if you caught that.
okay, I did. I'm just trying to see if we can do anything else in the meantime. Really, I don't, I guess in the interest of time, I don't think we're gonna have time for the resolutions. Just given how things went, we can try, but this process is a little cumbersome. Really, there's, after this, we'll do the quick breakout to pick the new LEC reps. And a non-binding presidential poll should take, we already have that situated. That should not take any extra time. So the real test, once we get these presidential or the delegate results, I'll create the breakout rooms. It'll take a few more minutes to me to add some stragglers that I didn't get to on the first attempt. And we'll see how that goes. And then after that, there's the presidential preference poll, and then resolutions, and open floor, and adjournment.
Greg, can we go ahead with a straw poll?
No, because that's also on the Lime survey platform. So we can only do one at a time.
Point of information.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, didn't we move to extend time to 4 o'clock? Shouldn't we make a motion to continue our convention?
It's now 4:30. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes, 4:30.
Another point of information, I suppose. Can we verify when, or Andrew, I suppose, can you verify when you have received all of the polls back so that we can end voting early if all polls are received?
Yes, I am watching that. There are currently a few who I don't believe have any technical difficulties but have not completed the poll. It is consistent with the people from the Supreme Court so far, but I will review that after I'm done assisting Vermin Supreme to get his poll completed.
Point of information.
Yes,
Is there some reason we just can't cut off the voting?
well, we did vote to extend time, so we could vote to retract time, I guess, and cut it off.
Yeah, we gave him 15 minutes and we just gave him an extra 15. So how much longer do we have on that clock before the half hour's up?
Yeah, at some point, yeah, we can't delay everything half an hour for one person. I mean, I know I want to be fair to everyone, but
Point of information, the vote occurred at approximately 3:53.
Okay.
That would make 4:08 our cutoff time.
So as of now, I just sent a new link for Vermin Supreme. I'm waiting for confirmation if that worked. And then other members who have not completed the poll that I have, I see James Hudler, Elizabeth Moose, Tyler Palmer, Rick Secula, and Justin Thompson. And last I checked a few minutes ago, I think none of those were present in the meeting unless not named by their names.
Andrew?
Yes.
I would not wait on Mr. Hudler. That's quite likely not to happen.
Okay.
So close at 4:08, stop the poll no matter what happens.
Vermin is voting right now. I think we got his challenges worked out. So 6 minutes left for him if that works out. I will keep
Once
an eye
his
on.
is done, are the remaining people you think are unlikely to do it? So I move that as soon as you get, well, you're not going to know if Vermin voted, will you?
I will see a confirmation that he submitted, but I will not see anything beyond that.
Point of information for the vice chairman. Wasn't the motion that passed, didn't that include an extra 15 minutes for voting as well as an additional half hour for the convention itself, which would push
Yes.
it back to 4:23? And shouldn't we maybe make a motion to bring that back to a more reasonable time, like 4:10 or 4:08, now that we realize almost everybody's done?
So, okay, we're gonna, I want to keep the meeting going half an hour, but if we want to change the cutoff for voting, it's supposed to be 4:08, which is 5 minutes from now. So we're gonna vote to reduce it by less than 5 minutes.
No. We increased it by 15 minutes while you were gone.
Yes.
We want to undo that
Right.
so that it's 4:08.
Mr. Wood, we increased it by 15 minutes from the time we started the voting, which somebody did the math and said that ends at 4:08.
Why can't we just do other business while the people are voting?
Because all the other business is on the same platform or would require breakout rooms. Unfortunately, there's nothing else we can do right now.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Jamie.
The names that were read off of people that have not completed their survey, the one I looked for was Elizabeth Moose because she is a West Michigan, and because I didn't remember seeing her here, she's not in the list of participants that I can see. And our rules do state that they need to be in there in order to be considered present, so they don't really vote.
Okay, so Andrew, are the people that didn't vote, read them off. If they're not present on the list, I think we can close this.
Yes, so I was waiting till up to 4:08 to allow Vermin Supreme to complete his. The remaining people are James Hudler, Elizabeth Moose, Tyler Palmer, Rick Secula, and Justin Thompson.
Okay, I did not see any of those people. That actually made it, those names made it tricky for me to assign breakout rooms actually, because I was looking for people that weren't there. Yes, Larry?
Mr. Chair, I was seeing 95 people present in the room, including all of our guests, and we only have about 93 voting delegates. So yes, we are short numerous delegates.
All right.
As many as 8.
Okay, so Andrew, has Vermin Supreme finished voting yet?
Not yet.
All right, we have to wait. Let's just wait till 4:08. It's only 3 minutes from now. At 4:08, shut the poll down, regardless of who's done.
Okay.
So be on recess for 3 minutes.
In the off chance we get to resolutions, Norm, if I saw correctly in the email, you accept the rewording of the resolution at hand? I can't hear you there, Norm, if you said something.
That is correct.
All right, so I suppose we should probably present that as the initial resolution writing then. If I'm not sure who is supposed to read that off, but if we get that far, hopefully it's agreeable to enough people that we don't need to debate it anymore.
I thought Lime survey was independent of Zoom, so that's why I don't understand why we can't have a Zoom meeting while Lime survey is being.
The next item is a Lime survey item.
Actually, or a breakout room, and we can't do breakout rooms right now because people are actively doing things.
So let's move on to the resolution.
All right. So I show that Vermin completed a survey prior to the 408 cutoff, so I will stop the survey now.
Yeah.
Here, here.
All right. The Supreme Court survey from earlier will also close. I saw no movement in that for a long time. So I will begin to summarize the results for the delegate survey, and I can do with that as desired by the convention when that's ready.
I'm ready. You can do whatever you need to show us results. Andrew, you have the floor.
Okay. I need just a couple of short minutes, and I will have that result ready.
And I am making you a co-host. So if you need to share a screen, you have that power, I think.
Okay. Quick
So
update,
once
we have
these are
0 no
announced,
votes.
so once these are announced, and we do have fewer than 83 people. So I guess we can move on to the next thing, actually. If the quote is not met, the bylaws say the LEC gets to decide. So I wanted to the body to come up with a policy for us. My initial thought, and this will be my motion, is that the LEC may approve additional people to be alternates, provided they receive a majority support from the LEC and they must be Michigan residents. That's my resolution for you guys to debate, to tell us, the LEC, what to do with the vacancies. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to amend it.
All right, hang on. I need to be able to see everything. All right. Raise your hand if you want to be Bill Hall.
A question for you, Greg.
Yes.
You say Michigan resident. Do you mean Michigan resident and Libertarian Party of Michigan member?
Good question. So yes, my motion would be that the LEC can only appoint people that are Michigan members of the Libertarian Party of Michigan, and it would require a majority vote by the LEC.
But they wouldn't necessarily have to be residents. They just have to be members. Because that's what my amendment was going to be.
Point of order, this needs to be seconded before we can amend it.
Okay, so.
Point of information, I seconded it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I already lost track of what so my motion was to be Michigan resident. That was my motion. Bill is adding, and I'll accept that they also have to be a member of the state party. So that's my motion. Jeff wanted to strike something from that.
Yeah, I'd like to strike the residency requirement and just have a membership requirement.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay. I don't think we need to debate this. Okay, so we'll use the yes and no options. Okay. So all in favor of not requiring delegates to be Michigan residents. So a yes vote would be we can pick people from other states who live in other states, and no would mean we cannot. I'm sorry.
That's right.
I'm confusing myself. So yeah, if you vote yes, What's the answer?
If you vote yes, you're voting to remove the residency requirements. So yes
Okay.
means anybody from any state or anywhere in the universe could be a delegate. As long
Okay.
as
If they're members.
Okay,
If they're
yes,
members.
yes would be for anybody in the world, no would be for Michigan residents. So all in
But either way,
favor-
they have to buy memberships.
Yes, yes. Okay, all in favor of allowing anybody in the universe who's a who buys our membership to be a delegate, say yes. Anyone who wants to restrict it to people that reside in Michigan, say no.
that
Yes.
opposite of what you just said.
No.
All right.
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm clearly confused. I'm struggling. Jamie, I'm gonna actually turn this over to, I honestly don't remember what's going on. You have a
Okay.
handle on it. Can you conduct this vote for me?
I'm currently clearing all of the votes. All right, so they're all out of there. So we have a motion to amend the directions for the LEC to remove residency requirement. If you do want to remove residency requirements from being added as a delegate, you would vote yes. That would allow anyone to be elected as a delegate. If you want to keep it as it is, where it's currently
Well, the
worded,
Libertarian Party in Humble is a good party.
You're out of order, whoever is that right now. So please.
a no vote would mean that we could only appoint people that reside in the state of Michigan and are also members of the party. So vote yes if you want it to be anyone. Vote no if you want to restrict it just to people from Michigan.
Yes.
All right, it looks like no is winning.
Yes and no.
Yes.
Yes.
No. Nay.
Nay.
Yes.
Nay.
Yes.
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 Aye.
Open
Yes.
borders.
Could everyone please actually use
Yes.
the yes and no?
Yeah, what are we
option?
doing?
It's, I'm gonna say no wins.
Division.
It is divided. It's 21 for and it's 47 against. So 47 people voted to keep it as Michigan resident. 20 people, 48, and 20 people for allowing. So
Point of information, did that include all the verbal votes?
we were using the application here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 11.
What about the dial-in votes?
Even with that, it wouldn't, it didn't pass. It
Even with
simply
all of them, there are not enough. If all of the people that did not voted no, it still would not make it. So
Okay, so we're back to the main motion that the LEC can approve these last few additional alternate spots with a majority vote, and they have to buy a membership of the Michigan Party, and they have to live in Michigan. All in favor of that policy?
we got a question from Bill Jeleno
Yes.
and Emily Savet.
Greg,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think, I don't know whether we're talking about a policy issue here or if it's clearly understood in the motion. Anyone who's not received a majority in the regular vote, I assume would not be eligible for being added by the LEC.
No, we don't have a majority requirement to be a delegate this year. Emily, did you have a comment on that?
Yes, I'd like to amend the motion, making it so that the LEC may fill the alternate spots until the convention, but once we get a convention, the delegation fills the spots.
I second Ms. Salvet's motion.
All right, yes, I think it's a good idea.
Point of information.
Yes, Jamie.
Would the delegation be bound by the same rules that the LEC was?
Yes.
And that they would not be able to have
Yes.
people? Okay.
That's my intention.
And a residency requirement too?
Yes.
What I was asking.
That already, yes, because that already lost.
Okay. I'm just gonna accept that because it makes sense.
All right, well,
All
then
right,
I
so-
have a point of information.
Yes.
What happens if this vote fails?
Then we would revert to whatever, the LEC can make whatever decision they want. We're putting it in our hands. I'm doing this so you guys can tell us what to do, not the other way around. So the motion is up, there'll be some quota not met. Those people up until the convention, the LEC can pick those people. Once the convention starts, the Michigan delegation does. The rules are that it has to be a majority and they have to be a member of the state party and reside in Michigan. That is the motion. All in favor of this motion, so we're gonna do the yes and no things. That worked well. So vote if you want this policy, no if you don't. And the default policy would be the LEC can make their own policy. All right, I will rule that the motion passes.
It's pretty clear.
All right, that is probably the only thing we can do right now. Mr. Chatterton, how are things with the poll results?
Have the results tabulated. There is one point to clarify. We have a three-way tie that bridges the division between delegate and alternate. So I do not know how that should be resolved for that distinction.
Okay, I actually do have a potential resolution for that.
Motion to use a D20 in order to roll for who gets the spot.
Well, actually, let's see who it is, and sometimes the people themselves might be able to, you know, if a three-way tie is someone that definitely only wants to be an alternate, that might resolve something. So let's see what the results
Point
are.
of personal privilege.
Yes.
If we are to use a D20, I move that we use mine because it has a naughty word printed on it.
Point of information, 20 is not a multiple of 3.
Yes. All right, let's see the results.
Then we re-roll crit fails.
All right, everyone is out of order except Andrew right now. Andrew, you have the floor. Please show us the results.
All right, I will display those on screen. So the people highlighted in green, with the exception of the question here at the threshold, were elected. So if I could read those off if we like, or if everyone is content to view them on the screen.
No, go ahead. Read the 33 and then scroll down to show us who was not elected.
Okay, we've got candidates elected as delegate are Lisa Lane Goya, Connor Nepomuceno, Nathan Hewer, Andrew Chatterton, Ben Carr, Mike Saliba, Bill Hall, Eric Larson, Jamie Lewis, Vicky Hall, Bob Broda, Bill Gelanu, Clara Gelanu, Emily Salvet, Dana Carver, Norm Peterson, Daniel Ziemba, Larry Johnson, Donna Gelanu, Richard Hewer, Katie Neptune, Patty Maloney, Tim Yao, Andrew Hall, Ben Reister, Wendy Parker, Paul Vayner, Scotty Bowman, James Hudler, Matt Karshish, Jay Galat, and then the three-way tie at the border, of which 2 out of 3 would be eligible, is Donna Gundel-Krieg, Ryan Roberts, and Jeff Patel. So 2 of those 3.
Can we see the full results all the way to the bottom?
Yes. So let me zoom out slightly to fit the full list. Sorry for the smaller text. Should I continue reading through the
No.
alternates?
No.
Okay.
All right. So our issue then is we have a three-way tie for the last spot between Ryan Roberts, Donna Gundel-Krieg, and Jeff Patel. So can you
Last
end the
2
share
spots.
screen for the time being?
Yes.
All right, I want to ask each one, was it your intention to be a delegate or an alternate? And please don't feel any pressure. We can resolve this. Normally when there's a tie, it's going to be a flip of the coin. That's how both, Roberts and Michigan election law are. In a three-way tie, we could do a quick round robin with a coin flip, but I wanted to ask each of those people if it was their intention to be a delegate or an alternate.
There was a question on the chat from Andy Evans. I am not clear on the question, but
quick point of information, Andrew, did you actually count the 35 names there? I don't know if you were looking at the row numbers, or did you actually count 35?
I highlighted and looked at the count value in Excel. So yes, counted.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right. So it's Jeff Patel, James Johnson, and Donna Kundal-Krieg. Donna, I'll recognize you first. Was it your intention to be a delegate or an alternate? Be honest, don't feel pressured to say one thing or the other. You're muted.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I probably will not be able to physically go if it's in Texas, so I would gladly yield to if somebody else is able to. I was interested in the online, which I think is what it's going to end up. But
Okay, Jeff Patel, what was your intentions on being a delegate or alternate?
Yes, I plan on being a delegate, or I hope to be a delegate. Therefore, I did sign up for the convention and had a room reservation there already.
Okay.
Planning going.
Okay, James Johnson was you? That was the
Ryan
third?
Roberts was the third.
Oh,
Ryan Roberts.
Sorry, Ryan Roberts.
I was planning on being a delegate, yes.
Okay. So, suggestions for how to resolve a three-way tie on an electronic meeting where we can't really do rock, paper, scissors, or coin flips or things.
well, I will go to the alternate list.
Okay.
So Donna volunteered, as I understood.
Yeah.
Okay, I did have a penny. Okay. I could do a coin flip.
There was 2 open slots.
Yeah, that
and
resolves it. Only
Yeah.
one
Oh,
out
I
of
thought it was a
3.
three-way tie for the last spot, not for the last 2.
Last 2 spots it was.
Okay, well, Donna, thank you very much for
no
that.
problem.
You are the highest ranking alternate, so
Okay.
you're next in line. All right, well, thank you for everyone for that process. I will allow for an audit of this, so if anyone's concerned about the platform, we can do that. All right.
How many people got 49 votes?
Andrew, do you want to put the results back up again?
Yeah, I can.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to extend from 4:30 to 5 o'clock the total time for this thing, as we do have a few things we probably should handle. and we
Yes,
are
there's at least the LEC rep things we absolutely need to do. So I would like to do that next. So that will unfortunately require me maybe 5 minutes just to assign the last few stragglers to the breakout room. So,
So my motion is to extend to 5 o'clock.
okay, all in favor?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. I can't really see anything with the share screen on. So voice vote, all in favor of extending until 5 o'clock?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, ayes have it. Do we need to be looking at these results? Is everything resolved enough at this point to move ahead?
When the if alternates become elevated, we would have a couple of ties for the imminent.
Okay, that is too much of a situation to resolve here. Without any further thing, I think the LEC can use the same policy to decide ranking. That's what I'll do. There's not enough time to figure out how to address that right now. All right, so what's going to happen now is we're going to go into breakout rooms by congressional district. There are 6 now congressional districts that have vacancies, but some of them have temporary positions. So these will be permanent. These will make them permanent and will last until presumably next year sometime. So the breakout. Yes, Andrew.
Maybe this would be addressed by the remainder of your statement, but I was going to propose kind of a procedural aspect for that. We have the capability to set up Lyme surveys for any districts that need a Lyme survey to conduct their election of representative. However, if there is a possibility, or if any that don't need it are able to do voice votes or other means, it will simplify things, but certainly can be done. So I don't want to discourage anyone who feels they need a Lyme survey. We will get that set up. Perhaps for the starting point, once we first go into the breakouts, if it can be decided if a Lyme survey is needed, and if one is needed, to have the breakouts compile a list of candidates prior to returning and present that to me to generate a Lyme survey for them afterwards.
Yes, and please avoid that if possible. All right, so what I will do, I will create the breakout rooms, but I didn't complete the process. It's weird, so I'll create the rooms and then I'm gonna have to add some people. So it will be a minute or two before everybody does this. And I will allow for potentially 10 minutes. Something else to consider is in 4 months, you guys are gonna be caucusing and picking a candidate for US Congress. So consider who you may want to run for Congress. So I am now going to attempt this process of getting everyone into a room. When I'm ready to close them down, there'll be a 1-minute countdown. So, all right, wish me luck. Here we go. Also, I can't participate. So someone is from the 9th District, Mike Saliba or someone, please invite me to this at some point. All right, here we go. All right, there are a few people left. I will assign you right now.
Does breakout room 3 mean district 3?
Yeah, so Andy Evans, you're in 1. I need to reassign a few people. My list is not in is in terrible order, so I'm just gonna shout out. If you know where you're at, this would help me. If you don't know, I can figure it out. Ben Reisterger, what district are you in? Okay.
I'm in District 3.
Okay, you're in 3. So is Jamie Lewis.
Greg, I am in 12. I was invited to 14.
All right. Larry Johnson. I will have to re-invite.
Let me go in and jump out. Maybe that'll get rid of
okay.
the icon here.
Will White, what district are you in? I should know. All right, everyone unmute yourself right now. Please unmute yourself right now. Everyone.
I'm in District 4.
Okay, District 4. Ben Schultz, you're District 1.
There you go.
Yes. Dakota Keeler.
3.
Eric Larson.
3.
James Weeks.
8.
Jamie Van Alstine is not here. Jason Brandenburg.
I believe it's 6th.
Jason Reese.
It's Norms is 7.
I'm unmuted.
I don't know. Jeff Wood.
Yes.
You're an 8.
Yes, I'm an 8.
Jerry Bloom, you're an 11, right? I've signed you to the wrong, damn it. All right. Jason Reese, what district are you in, please?
Norms district. I think it's
I don't know
7.
what they are. I don't know.
Hang on.
All right, Jim Schellenberg, what district are you in? All right, Joe Hartman.
8.
Larry Johnson. Joseph LeBlanc.
11.
Luke Scabaris. Luke, what district are you in? All right, Matthew Doak. Mike Saliba, you're in 9.
This is Jason. I'm in 7 for sure.
All right, Jason is in 7. Roger. Shane, where are you? Shane, you're in what?
I'm in 8.
Ron Heron, what district are you in? All right, I can't hear you. Scott Thomas,
I'm an 8.
Dude, I'm
Roger
busy.
Young, what district are you in?
8. 8.
Dane? Matthew Doak? Okay, Ron Heron is in the 3rd district. All right, Roger Young, for some reason I didn't assign you. What, you're not on my list. Scotty, what district are you in and why are you not in it? Joe Hartman, did you assign you?
I'm an 8. You asked me, but I'm still here.
All right.
There it is.
I'm in the 14th.
Anyone that, okay, the people that are not there, Jamie Van Alstine, Jim Schellenberg, Luke Scabaris, Matthew Doak, Vermin Supreme, and Zach Moreau. Everyone else has been invited. So if you have,
I'm here, Greg.
Invited. How do I?
To the wrong one. I should be in the 2nd.
all right, then who's I?
Alex Avery.
Can you leave that? Can you leave your district and come back to the main room? Can you exit?
Where's the door?
You're gonna. I don't know, Scotty. You've been invited. You've been invited to your district. You need to join your district. If anyone was signed to the wrong district, you might be able to cancel out and rejoin.
I'm sitting here looking at a video screen. How do I join a district?
What district are you in? What, Scotty, you're the only one that didn't join the 14th district. Anthony, Jeff, Lisa, and Paul are in there right now.
How do I go there?
I don't know. That's this option somewhere on your screen. You're gonna have to look for it. Jim Fulner, are you?
Hi,
Jim
Luke
Fulner,
here.
please join 10. Luke, what?
8.
Where on the screen?
Hey, I got sent to the wrong group.
Okay, all right. I apologize. If you are sent to the wrong district, on my option, I can't. Okay, Shane, let's see what I can do. Shane, what district did I put you in the wrong one?
I was in, you put me into 8th, but I'm in the 6th congressional district.
Okay, I went to 8th. Okay, I can move you to, I'm sorry, what district do you need to go into?
6.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alex Avery was sent to the wrong one. Alex, where do you need to go?
2nd.
2nd, okay. Other people that didn't join are James Harris. He's the only one in his caucus, so I guess he wins by default. Raphael has not joined 6. Is Raphael here?
Yeah, he was able to go. How did he do that?
Jim Fulner has not joined breakout room 10, and Scotty Bowman has not joined breakout room 14. I am really quickly going to have to join.
How do
9.
I do that?
You're going to have to figure it out. I don't know. It's on your screen somewhere.
No, it is.
Who wants to run for Congress? Brian, what is your intention after the presidential campaign?
I don't have any intentions. I plan on running until November.
All right. I don't
Brian,
have
you're
anything else really. I should probably leave the break room because everyone's mad at me right now. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Oh, wait,
Yes.
Greg. Was Kat is supposed to be in this one now?
No, I don't know. I don't know actually. Some people were reassigned. I don't know.
She said she moved to 9. She said she lives in 9 now.
All right, I'll try to find her. Hang on.
To one of those breakout rooms, so it acts like somebody didn't click
he
the link.
did.
I got sent to the wrong room.
See, I'm trying to see if there's a way I can upload an image to. Or I guess I could do share screen. Let me do that.
Greg, you're on mute.
All right, Cat Phyllis
I've been disabled from screen sharing. Isn't that appropriate?
I don't see Cat Phyllis anywhere anymore.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh,
Hello?
I need to send you to
The
9.
knife. Yes.
It looks like, what did I assign you to? Because you're not
You
in the,
put me in the 10th.
okay.
How do you know where you were put?
You were put into Catherine,
tells
I'm
you,
putting
you get the
Catherine
message.
into 9.
What should I be looking for? Does anyone have a vague description? Other people went there. They must have seen something.
All right, everyone that got invited and successfully got into your meeting, how did that happen? So Scotty knows how to do it.
There was a pop-up that said you're invited to join meeting room number 4 for me. And you click the OK button or join meeting button, something like that. It's a big gray box popped up right in the middle of the screen.
And I can't remove you I can't have you join a different one because you haven't joined the first one. So
Greg, I was supposed to be in 3, but I was added to 4.
all right, hang on. You are in.
That won't even open. Oh.
You are currently in 3, and you need to be gone to.
Backwards. I need to go to 3, and I was added to 4.
Breakout rooms. I see a button. Found it.
Scott, hang on. I'm sorry, Nathan. Say that one more time.
I need to be in 3, but I was added to 4.
All right. All right. I just sent you. Is there anyone else here that is not in the right district or needs to, for some reason, is unable to get into their congressional district caucus?
I should be in District 3, Jill Schellenberg.
All right.
Thank you.
Jamie Van Alstyne in the 13th, please.
Okay. There you go.
I was in 4, but I didn't see anybody else there, just Nathan, and then he went to 3.
Yeah, you are currently the only one listed, and on my list, it's Tyler Palmer, Ben Schultz, and you. Who's the current rep from, I should know this, it's my board. Who's the current officer from 4?
I think you just appointed someone recently.
So
to that
where
position.
is Will? Where did I put Will? Uh-oh. I don't see Will White's name anywhere. These check boxes are really tiny, so it's hard to, not surprising I clicked some wrong numbers. I don't see Will White. He's the 4th district rep, so he should be somewhere in there. All right, I will give everyone, I don't know, do you think everyone's had enough time, or should I give everyone a few more minutes? Does anyone know what time we started this process?
Close to 10
It
minutes.
should be time.
All right, I'm going to close the room.
Yeah.
They'll have 1 minute from the time I close. All right. Everyone will reconvene, and then we will announce who the district reps are. And then we'll proceed to the presidential, non-binding presidential poll.
Hey, Greg, if there's a lull here, I never got an invite to group 3, but I'm on the phone with them. So if you're tied up with other things, don't worry about it.
It's going to close anyway, so I apologize for that.
Yep.
All right, 2 seconds, everything will be shut down. All right, how do I get my participants? My participants list. Okay, close that. Bring up participants. All right. Oh, Larry is out of the meeting. Uh-oh, Larry had been needing to be admitted this whole time. Let me quickly make Larry a co-host again, although now he's not on my list unless it's at the bottom because it doesn't alphabetize him. All right, I can't find Larry Johnson on my. Larry, are you physically here at the meeting?
I'm back. You need to
Okay.
make me a co-host again. I accidentally got dumped completely out of the meeting and wasn't able to get back in.
Okay.
Are
All
we
right.
able to, this is Jay
All right.
Gerard. Are we continue the breakout or is it finished?
Does anyone need more time in the breakout room to pick your rep? I apologize, that process did not go as smoothly as I thought it would.
We don't need it for picking a rep in 3 because that's not what we were doing, but we're discussing other issues. But we can do that side of this
In the
meeting.
interest of time, I would like you to maybe just have an informal meeting at some point, I guess.
No.
All right, so is everyone back and everyone situated and everyone is logged in? All right. We had 6 people that could have potentially been replaced. Would someone from District 2, that was Mary, what was the status of your district caucus?
Yes, we elected a new district rep. Second district rep is now Andrew Hall.
Oh, congratulations, Andrew. Andrew, is this your first LEC, time on the LEC?
No, this is not.
Oh, okay. Well, then you know what to expect. So. All right, District 4, that currently is Will White's district, was Brian Ludwig's. Will White does not appear to be on. Jamie?
I did get a message from District 4. It was just Richard Hewer was the only one in the room.
Okay.
So I don't know if he elected himself or what, but he was the only one there.
If you don't have a representative now, I guess I will elect myself. Otherwise, we can do something
There's been
later.
that's a good question.
Point of information,
Yeah.
I was not able to get into the chat room or for the breakout room for District 4. My
Okay,
computer
I
froze
was
up,
I was unable to find you anywhere, but I will not accept. Because of that, I'm just going to assume you're still on. Would
don't
you
know
have
what happened.
was it your intention to stay on the LEC?
Sure, unless, but we couldn't decide because we couldn't caucus. So
All right.
we'll have to re-caucus maybe.
Okay, I am the only. Let me see. District 4 includes Richard Hewer, Tyler Palmer, Ben Schultz, and for some reason Will is not on this particular list. So if I send those delegates to a breakout room, I'll let them quickly re-caucus. So,
Greg,
yes.
he was with me the other night in District 6. Will was.
Yeah, I don't know why. I'm in District 4.
Last night there was no there. Wait, what last night?
Or the other night when you were doing a different, I don't know.
That was completely, I just randomly assigned people to things. That was not any extra districts. Larry Johnson.
I inadvertently had Will assigned to District 8. I now have corrected that to District 4.
All right.
Thank you.
Oops.
So what I'll do is I will send them to a breakout room and proceed with the rest of the announcements. So, which I have to delete all the current ones. All right, I'm creating.
Could be.
I'm adding one room. It's just going to be called Breakout Room 15, and I am going to be adding.
It's Will White,
yes.
Ben Schultz, Tyler Palmer, and Richard Hewer.
Okay, Ben Schultz, Richard Hewer.
Ben Schultz is actually my district.
That was a mistake you guys had before. You had him in the wrong district.
What district number is that?
He should be District 1.
Ben, I think I'm actually supposed to be in 4, and I went to 1 by mistake.
Okay, Tyler
you
Palmer
are
is not here. Okay, this will be a breakout room for 2 people because Tyler Palmer
Sorry.
is not here. So here you go. All right, those 2 are in a breakout room. District 5, James Harris, I believe you are the only one there. And
Appointed.
all right, congratulations, Mr. Harris.
Thank you.
District 6 was Antonio Smith's position. There is currently a vacancy. Jason Brandenburg, what were the results of the District 6?
District 6 has unanimously chosen Shane Allen to represent.
All right, congratulations, Shane.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you. I look forward to serving.
All right, District 13, that previously was Jeremy Morgan's position. Anyone from that? That Andrew Chatterton was in there, so was Carrie Morgan. Anyone from District 13?
I can speak for that. So I declared my interest to seek the position, and no other candidates sought it out. So I was elected, I think, by the majority of the votes present.
Well, thank you. Congratulations, Andrew.
Thank you very much.
District 10, Catherine just resigned because she moved out. Is there a new District 10 rep? I know Mr. Fulner was, I attempted to put him in there. The other people in 10.
We did not have a decision because there were no other members present.
Okay. So
was Mr. Fulner not present during the call?
Not during the breakout session.
I repeatedly tried to invite Jim, but he was either not present or unable to join. So I also don't think he's currently on there. So I will accept this Catherine's vacancy, and I will have the LEC appoint someone at our next meeting. We'll take nominations. If Jim Fulner wants it, he can certainly submit that to us. We are meeting later tonight too, so if Jim Fulner did want to that, we might be able to appoint that. But I think in the interest of fairness, we'll wait for the next LEC meeting to replace District 10. So new LEC officers will be Andrew Hall in District 2. District 4 is pending. James Harris is District 5, Shane Allen, District 6, Andrew Chatterton, District 13, and there's a vacancy in 10.
We have a representative now for District 4. It's Will White's continuing this year.
All right. Thank you, Will. All right.
Close race.
That concludes the congressional district caucuses. Was there anybody that wanted to announce their intention to run for U.S. Congress here today? Mr. Harris,
yes,
you are actually the only person registered with FEC from Michigan.
So I plan on running. I'm set to go, libertyasdesign.com.
Excellent. There's another gentleman named Jeff Dupoy who was actively running, but he's not here and he doesn't have an FEC thing. So, and that's the difference.
I'm actually working on Jeff Dupoy's campaign here in the 6th district. He and I are talking and working out a strategy.
Okay, great. All right, next item of business is Andrew Chatterton. Do we have results from the Supreme Court endorsement that you could share with us?
Close up.
And then we will do presidential very quickly. We've got 10 minutes left. We may have to extend a few more minutes. Oh, Andrew, do you still have sharing capabilities?
I am not sure at the moment. Let me, I'm getting the results pulled up. So this one's very simple. Both candidates received a large majority for the 2 selections, so both candidates would receive the endorsement.
Okay,
good.
Excellent.
Carrie Morgan and Catherine Nepton.
So clearly, as for minutes and all sorts of auditing stuff, please obviously save all that stuff and, however we need to do to get it into the minutes and for an audit.
Okay.
All right, next, are we ready to proceed with the non-binding presidential preference poll?
I have that ready. So with the updates to the voting rules during the nominations for delegates, I am up to 95 participants.
So the way, okay, go on. This is a ranked option. You'll have a list and you actually drag them to the other side in the order you want. And there is the option to have a write-in. And this is completely non-binding. So anytime you're ready, Andrew, go ahead and send it out.
Okay, I'll just take another quick moment.
Just FYI, Andrew, we're down below 70 participants, so you will have a number of no replies to that if you send out to the previously existing list.
Okay.
All right, I will cut this. We'll stop after 5 minutes. We'll allow 5 minutes for this vote and then we'll stop, which is what.
Did you end up that this is going to be ranked choice voting then?
Yes, with the option of having a write-in too. Now this is a two-part question. The write-in will be a second part. So the results will not display the write-in votes correctly at first. It'll take some processing to get that figured.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may we introduce the resolution as amended this morning while the voting is taking place in an attempt to get it a vote on it today?
I'd rather, you can put in the text or the chat. Actually, I'm going to need that to display. So, or someone at least
I
will
am
need.
sending you the text as we speak.
Okay, I'm going to open up my email. And so whatever the most current email. All right. I didn't get it yet, so we're just waiting on Andrew for the president.
I just sent you the text of that resolution as sent this morning.
All right, I just received it. No, I didn't. It was a different email. I did not receive it yet. Oh, there it is. I just got it. I will put this into a Word document for better viewing.
Andrew, did you send out the poll? Because I haven't gotten it yet.
They're just going out as we speak.
Okay, because I have to keep refreshing my
Sure.
queue.
Looks like some have been sent so far, and the last few are still going out.
Okay,
I just got mine just a second ago.
I just got mine just now.
All right, they should all be out now.
All right, this is definitely easier to do on a So at 5 o'clock, we'll shut this poll down at 5.
How does NOTA work in this? Do you put NOTA at the end of the list or leave it off or it won't count at all?
This one, we were unable to exclusive notice, so it's just gonna be treated like a candidate.
Okay, good to know.
Just don't slide it over to the right side.
Yes, so to reiterate that, there's no restriction on voting NOTA exclusively. You can rank it among other candidates however you please.
Makes no sense.
Am I missing something, or is McAfee missing?
McAfee is
not,
not a declared candidate,
Really, he's been out there debating and everything.
where he's not qualified per LPN, Libertarian Party rules.
Yeah, he's running against me for vice president now.
Mhm. You can write him in if you'd like, Scotty.
I think at one point he said he was running for president, vice president, and chair.
All right, while we're voting, I will actually share screen just so people can read the text that I was sent.
Point of information, what time is this convention scheduled to end at this point?
I believe 5. So as soon as the presidential vote ends, we will have to extend time by at least a few more minutes. Which
Mr.
actually,
Chair?
yes.
I make a motion to extend by the convention by 10 minutes.
Second.
Second.
All right, all in favor of extending by 10 minutes, raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, raise your hand or say no.
Nay.
All right, the ayes have it. We will, our new adjournment time will be 5:10. How are we getting on responses, Andrew?
Let me check. We've got a decent list still remaining.
Right. So do you have the you have the power to stop it at 5? Okay. So at 5 o'clock exactly, please stop the poll.
Okay.
I have to admit, this has been an interesting.
Well, thank you. Our conventions are always interesting. That's definitely a consistent adjective.
Often in different ways, but nonetheless.
Greg, can you share your screen so I can
Oh,
read
yeah,
the
yeah.
resolution?
Sure.
I have 77 responses either complete or in progress out of 95 sent currently.
That's pretty good.
Greg, would you like me to read this aloud?
Yes, go ahead, Daniel.
All right, this is based on the motion as amended by Norm. It was further amended by me, and he approved that as of this morning. So here is the wording of our resolution condemning Governor Whitmer's response to the coronavirus outbreak. The Libertarian Party of Michigan, LPM, strongly condemns the recent actions of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer in response to the spread of COVID-19. We believe the governor has no authority under the Michigan Constitution to restrict individuals' freedom of movement and association without a declaration of martial law. The LPM does not advocate the declaration of martial law. Rather, we advocate voluntary participation in scientifically sound measures to prevent the virus spread as the most preferable solution: social distancing, rigorous hygiene, and the use of personal protective equipment. Only private citizens can achieve this through their own volition, whereas the governor's actions are both oppressive and incapable of mitigating the severe crisis at hand. Moreover, her actions will cause irreparable harm to the economy of the state of Michigan at both the personal and societal level. Citizens will feel this in the form of lost jobs, homes, and businesses, along with the suffering that follows. We therefore call on Governor Whitmer to lift the authoritarian restrictions in place and restore the human rights of movement and interaction to the citizens of Michigan. We also call upon the public servants of Michigan to resist these edicts and to act to protect the rights of their constituents. Most importantly, we implore the citizens of Michigan to speak out against these egregious violations of human rights and demand a return to sanity and freedom.
All right, thank you, Daniel. I will stop the share screen. And,
I'd like to move to amend.
no, we're not. No, we're not there yet. It's not even on the table. I'm going to turn it over to Andrew.
Presidential survey is closing in about 10 seconds.
All right. We will look at those results and then we will proceed to look at the resolution. So at this point, I clearly don't want to do a presentation. We have Zoom capabilities, so at some point in the next week or two, I want to schedule a Zoom meeting for candidates and affiliate chairs and just go over a lot of the candidate nomination stuff and rather do that not at the tail end of a convention.
Mr.
And then
Chair.
the LEC meeting, yes, Larry.
Oh, you were about to address the LEC meeting. Never mind.
Yes, well, the only thing I want to do is decide our next meeting or meetings. So our LEC meeting will be very, very short after this.
Excellent.
And I will recommend right off the bat that we meet in 2 weeks. We'll meet for the first time in 2 weeks. I think we all need a week off of meeting.
Point of information, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
Mr. Wood. Yes.
Don't resolutions require 2/3 according to LPM bylaws?
That is correct.
All right, just double checking.
And for this, I will use the yes and no function, so we don't.
When can we make the motion to amend?
When we introduce the resolution. Right now, I'm just waiting for Andrew to give the results. I don't want the results to be ready in the middle. All right, Andrew, your hand is raised.
So I can give some very introductory results. It's nothing conclusive. The first aspect is that write-in received 26 votes. I do not have the ability in the short term to see if those are all the same person or not. And this is only considering the first preference of all the polls. It will take some computation and whatnot to go further. So there are 26 votes for write-in, unclear if those are one person or multiple. And there are 22 votes for Jacob Hornberger. Next closest is 10 for Vermin Supreme, followed by 5 for Adam Kokesh. And then we have several with 3, including Brian Ellison, Ken Armstrong, and incomplete ballots. So
all right,
that will update. We'll process that with the ranked choice process and announce a winner, I'm sure, shortly later this evening.
Okay, yeah, that'll take a little while to compute, but so it looks like write-in may have won. Jacob Hornberg was second. All right, thank you for that. Now we have Daniel. Would you like to formally introduce or move your motion into consideration? We are now,
Yes,
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Chair.
we're now under resolutions. So Daniel has introduced a resolution. Has it been seconded?
I'll second it. Yep.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This can get out of hand quickly, so let's try to be very cognizant of that. There are 2 people with their hand up. I will recognize Scotty, then I'll recognize Nathan, and I will put share screen back on so that we can see the text.
I move to amend the motion to remove the phrase "without a declaration of martial law." So the last word in that sentence is association.
A second.
All right, we have a motion to strike out this particular part. It's been seconded. I'm going to stop share to conduct the vote because that's the only way I can do it.
Point of information.
Yes.
It makes no sense to remove that unless you remove the first sentence in the next paragraph.
All right, this is my fear that this is going to become quickly too cumbersome to properly do.
Point of information?
Yes, Larry.
Mr. Hall's statement sounded like speaking against the motion.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, I apologize. Yes.
I think
So-
if we allow the motion to stand as it is and have a vote on it, I think that's probably the best process.
Okay, so Mr. Hall spoke against the motion. Did we extend time to 5:10?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Hall spoke against the motion, which is to strike that last few words. Is there anyone that would like to speak in favor of striking that? I see Mary's hand is raised, and then so please use the hand icon because there's too many people to see. And it puts the hand icons at the top. So Mary.
I'm sure you all will do a great job with this thing. I have a situation with my mother right now. I have to leave the conference. So thanks a lot, everybody. I enjoyed this. It was great, but I gotta go.
It's okay. Bye, Mary.
Bye, Mary.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, I'm just gonna go with the order that they're appearing. Mike Saliba.
It was just more of a point of information. Couldn't Bill offer a friendly amendment to Scotty's amendment to make it all
Apparently
one?
there are no friendly amendments according to Jamie. He'll tell me no.
Oh, okay.
Once it's moved, it's property of the convention and not the maker anymore.
All right.
I move that we call the question.
Second.
All right, so the question on the table, right now, the question on the table is specifically that, removing that clause. So all in favor of striking that clause, which was like the last few words of that sentence about martial law.
Wait, don't we have to vote on whether or not to call the question?
All in
'Cause I
favor of
still had
calling the
debate.
question, raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
All right, anyone that wants to debate this further, say no or raise your hand.
Nay.
All right, so now we're on to the actual question is to strike, and let me say what it is. We're going to strike without a declaration of martial law from the end of the first paragraph. We'll use the yes and no options. All in favor of removing that clause, say yes. Everyone opposed, say no.
Yes.
No, use your thing.
Yes.
I will
Use your little
say
thing.
yes
left.
verbally because I cannot raise my hand.
All right, well, let me wait until most people vote, and then if it's clear it's one way or the other, then we'll proceed. Right now, it's 23 to 17. This might be close, so I may actually need to, it's getting really tight.
I can't get to it. I'm a no.
Okay, I will do a roll call of people that are not on the phone. Okay, did everyone vote with the icons? Okay, yes.
I don't have a no icon.
Okay, hang on.
I'm a no.
I'm abstaining.
This is basically going to be a tie. All right, Andrew, how do you vote?
I did not hear the
Okay.
measure. I'm sorry, I was working.
Larry, how do you vote?
Orders of the day. I have a motion to adjourn the convention.
Seconded.
All right, we have a motion to adjourn, and it's been seconded. I'm uncertain, does that take precedence over the fact that we're in the middle of debating something?
We're in the middle of
Yes. It
Yes.
takes
Right.
precedence over everything
The vote.
except for a motion to affix the time at which to adjourn.
All right, we have a motion to adjourn. It's been moved and seconded. Please,
Motion to affix the time we adjourn to 5:20.
No, we have to.
The motion's out of
motion
order.
on the floor first.
all right, the motion on the, okay, hang on. Everyone stop your voting, little over there. The motion on the floor is to adjourn now. Everyone that wants, stop voting, make it, when it's 0-0, I want it to be 0-0. All right, all in favor of adjourning now, do yes. All in favor of continuing to debate this and then extending time for longer, say no. Please vote.
Yes.
Do you count the other votes from the last one?
I'm looking, okay, right now it's tied on the,
I am a yes. I don't have the ability to vote yes or no as a co-host.
I am going to rule that yes is winning in the green thing. So the only other way to be a roll call, people that aren't on there.
Are we voting on adjourning?
Yes, Larry, what do you want to do?
I am voting yes to adjourn.
Scotty?
No to adjourn.
Ron?
Yes.
Anthony Croft? Dan Goebel, just say out loud. I'm going to rule that we're adjourned. It's
Thank
close.
you. Good meeting.
but-
Have a good day.
All right,
You
we're
did it.
adjourned.
Good one, everyone.
Would everyone on the LEC please stick around for 5 minutes? I don't feel the need to have a quick recess. We can just discuss this really quickly. I basically just want to, I thought about picking meeting schedule through the summer, but I think if we just pick our next meeting, we can have a long meeting and really hammer out a lot of stuff. I am thinking.
End of this month?
Well, I definitely don't want to have a meeting next weekend. I'm kind of done with meetings for a bit. I don't, when is
Same.
Easter? Does anyone know when Easter is?
The 12th. Easter's
Okay.
the 12th.
So the 19th, would everyone at the LEC be able to meet on the 19th?
Yes.
I can do
Yes.
that.
Yes.
All right.
What time?
We usually meet at 1, but that's flexible. I'd like to meet a little bit earlier because then your day isn't cut in half, but sometimes people meet later for other things too. I'm flexible, so.
I could
All
do
right.
I like
earlier.
1. 1 is good for me.
I like
All right,
one.
We generally meet at 1, so that'll be our default. Jamie Lewis, yes.
Is this a LEC meeting right now?
Good.
This is an LEC, okay, I should call the LEC meeting
Didn't
to
seem
order.
to come to order or anything.
Okay. So our convention is closed. Now I am calling the April 4th post-convention LEC meeting to order. Wendy Parker, would you be able to do a roll call? And I can help you with the new officers.
Sure. All right, let me back here. All right. Dana. Here. Awesome. Okay. Mary left, right?
But Mary is no
Mary's
longer the
no
rep.
longer
It is
on the
Andrew
LEC.
Hall.
Andrew, I know. Andrew, you
Is
here?
Andrew Hall present? I don't see Andrew.
He was here.
He is. He's
he's here.
indicated as a participant.
Okay. All right. Nathan.
Here.
All that time.
We did get our
Well-
national delegate selected, which is what the major is.
Well.
All right. Please mute your phone if you're not on the LEC, and if you are on the LEC, please. Will is very frozen
right now.
Oh no, he's just not moving very quickly.
Should be fine. Will or not.
All right. Wait, Wendy, where are we in our roll call?
Will White.
Will White's here.
Here.
Okay, Jim.
Here.
Shane
Okay.
Allen will be new 6.
I'm sorry.
Please mute your phone. There's a lot of background chatter.
Let me see all of it. Shane, are you still here?
I'm gonna put water on you, do it?
Jason.
All right, I'm going to start muting people.
Let's
I
see.
believe you.
Hey,
Yeah.
did you mute
That was Jason.
Jason's
Okay.
here next.
Okay, Jeff,
Yes, I'm here.
Mike,
Here.
okay, Kat,
Kath, well, there's now a vacancy in 10.
oh, that's right, okay. We've got Jerry,
Here.
Larry,
Here.
Andrew,
Here.
and Tim.
Tim probably had to take off.
Yeah, I
All
think he
right.
had to go.
So we have a quorum.
The other
only
Andrew's here too.
All right, we have a quorum. The only agenda item I had was to schedule the next LEC meeting. Nothing came up today. I think that was pressing that needs to be addressed. We will send the list of national delegates to credentials soon. Nathan has his hand up.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to add voting on the amendment or the resolution that Daniel was presenting that was cut off during the last meeting to the agenda for this meeting.
Second.
Give that motion.
All right, motion's been proved and or seconded. All in favor of revisiting that resolution, raise your hand or say aye. All right, anyone opposed? And please, if you're on the LEC.
Nay.
All right, Jeff is the only nay. Was there another nay?
Nay.
All right, motion passes. So I will, that'll be the second agenda item after we pick our meeting. Any other agenda items? All
Could
right.
we take care of the 10th now, or do you want to wait till the next one?
What?
He said he wants to wait.
All right, I move that we meet, the LEC has their next meeting Sunday, April 19th at 1 o'clock via Zoom video conference. I'm sure we'll be under lockdown at that point, but Wendy, you have your hand up? Okay, we're voting on the next meeting. Raise your hand if you want to meet that day. All right, raise your hand if you don't want to meet that day. All right, that's our next meeting. So the next item was to revisit.
Can you restate that, Greg?
Okay, the LEC, our next meeting, which is the only scheduled meeting for now, we'll plan our larger meeting schedule at that time. We're going to meet Sunday, April 19th at 1 p.m. via Zoom video conference. The next item on the agenda, I will share the screen and go back to where we were with the resolution. The resolution, so I guess we would I think Nathan's was to just jump in where we were. Is that correct? So we would consider striking this 4 words.
Scotty's the one who made that amendment. He's not here to defend it.
Technically, I just opened it back up from the beginning. So
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the LEC meeting.
We have a motion. Hang on. Let me get this. All right, we have a motion to adjourn the LEC meeting. All in favor of adjourning the LEC meeting, raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, so that's Ben, Greg, James. Oh, I didn't really intend to raise my hand, but I already did. All right. Ben, Greg, Jerry, Wendy, Jeff, Will, anyone else? All right, anyone that wants to keep this LEC meeting going, raise your hand. All right, that would be Nathan, Andrew, Mike, Jamie, Larry, and Jason. Is that, if that's 5 to 5?
And Dana.
Okay, so it does not pass. We are still meeting. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The reason I voted to keep the meeting going, we have not set an agenda of this meeting on what we need to accomplish. I don't really want to keep it going to debate this, but I do want to at least put on the table that we are going to either contact the members of the district that doesn't have a representative, or are we just going to leave that open until the next convention? That's what I wanted to discuss. But we have
All right.
apparently we have another item on the floor right now that we need to discuss before we can get to that.
Yes, we can discuss the District 10 vacancy. I'm sorry I didn't come up with an agenda beforehand. It's just kind of on the fly. So after this, we will definitely discuss the District 10 vacancy, and I already know how I tend to proceed. All right, so back to, I'm going to recognize Nathan again because this is his thing. So Nathan.
I'd like to have a motion to call the question on the original text in respect to everybody's time. I know a lot of people are wanting to adjourn, so I'd like to call the question the original text.
Okay, let me quickly.
I will second the motion to call the question.
All right, the question is on the unmodified text. All right, I don't feel the need to reread it because it was read once, so I'm going to stop the share. So the motion is to just vote on it. All in favor of the LEC approving this resolution?
Point of order?
Yes, point of order.
We need to
Please
vote on
mute your
calling the
phone.
question
I hear
first.
children in the background.
We need to vote on calling the question first.
Okay. Please mute your phone, please. All in favor of calling the question, which we're just gonna, which is the unmodified proposal, raise your hand to call the question.
Aye.
Okay, that passes, but all opposed, say raise your hand. All right. The question now is on the resolution. I'm not gonna read it. It was read before. All in favor of adopting the resolution that Daniel Zimba had submitted, raise your hand now. Wendy, actually, I'd like you to do a roll call vote on this.
Okay, here we go. Ada.
In favor.
Okay, Andrew Hall.
No.
Nathan. Nathan.
Sorry, that was in favor.
Yes, okay. Will.
No.
Okay, Jim.
Please mute your phone, please, please, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Shane.
Yes.
Jason.
Yes.
Jeff.
Nay.
Mike.
Yes.
Okay, Jerry.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Andrew.
Yes, in favor.
Okay, Ben.
Abstain.
Okay. Jamie.
Abstain.
Okay, Norm. Norm.
I will abstain for professional reasons on this vote. So regardless of Norm, it passes. But
Yes.
we'll get, okay.
I
So
couldn't, my battery was dying.
What was the vote total there?
I had 11 to 3, which is 7.
And I
17.
abstained as well.
Okay. All right, motion passes. The next agenda item in my unapproved agenda is the District 10 vacancy. When we have a vacancy, we always announce it to the membership and then we'll await people to submit statements and then the LEC picks. So I plan to proceed like that for this. Is there any objection to that? All right. I will specifically reach out to Jim Fulner, but I'll also reach out to, just a shout out to the membership too.
Point of information, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
How are we going to be publishing this resolution we just passed?
Well, you can go on the newsletter, you can go on our website, you can go on Facebook. If someone wants to work on a press release, it doesn't have as much effect that the LEC and not the convention did it, but I'd be willing to issue a press release if someone writes one. Nathan.
I'll volunteer for making a press release for that.
Okay. In the case we issue a
Motion to
press
adjourn.
release, hang on. In the case we issue a press release, I would like to have someone else as the lead contact for media, whatnot. Okay, and Nathan, if you want to. So,
Yeah,
all right. So work on that. I will work with you. And Jerry, Norm Peterson is also now has official media responsibility. So I'll wrap him up, and then maybe someone will. I'll get an email saying, "Hey, when you ask for volunteers for media, I want to volunteer, and I have all these outstanding credentials." So that's also a possibility. So I will work with you, Nathan, the next day or two on that. Is there anything else while we are? Yes, Jerry.
I would just like to say, Greg, thank you so much. I know you've worked so hard at making the convention a possible, let alone a success. And you deserve a big round of applause from all of us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That reminds me,
Tough
I
job.
was going to do something like that for some of you guys. Andrew Chatterton deserves a round of applause. This was the Lime survey was the most complex part of this, and that went off as well as it could have. I also want to, the Credentials and Membership Committee, specifically Jeff Patel, for handling that refund. We got that done really quickly, actually, and I want to thank him.
Good.
And then most importantly, I want to thank Jamie Lewis. He was a convention chair throughout this whole process. I know I kind of took over a little bit near the end, but Jamie put in a tremendous amount of work throughout this whole time, and he deserves as much recognition as me. So, all right.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? All right. All in favor of adjourning the LEC meeting, raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We are extra double adjourned now, everybody.
Oh, my God.
That sigh of relief, Jeff.
Congratulations.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, we'll have the t-shirts ready pretty soon.
Yeah, that was a marathon, guys. Good job.
Everybody stay safe, really. Take care of yourselves and drink orange juice.
Back at you.
An alcohol a day keeps the coronavirus away.
Yeah. And make
Greg,
sure
when
you
will we
read
get the
the
results of the presidential straw poll?
Andrew will take some time to process that. It's going to be in an awkward, it'll take him a while because there's no, he'll have to figure out who the write-in votes are.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very manual.
And then however long he needs to rounds of balloting to come up with a majority. So give him
what other items do I need to provide out of the Lime survey results? I assume the national delegate totals is urgently needed.
Yes,
to be sent
that
out.
we'll need that because I'll need to send that to Credentials. Basically, you might as well document and save everything.
Okay.
So, and then as soon as I'm done with this, it should stop the recording. It should download an MP4 to my computer, and it will save the chat log. I will send Wendy the chat log. Yes, Lisa, if you said bad words, then it's going to be, it won't go on the minutes. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm going to send the chat log to Wendy just so if she needs to reference anything for the minutes, and I will attempt to upload this awesome video for the world to watch, but that might take some processing on my end too. Any other housekeeping items after this? We have like 6 days to submit our delegates to national, so it's not urgent, and that list will be made public at some point. Miss Van Horn, is there anything you would like to mention? You've been observing this.
Yeah, you guys did great. I'm very impressed. Impressed with your unity, and everybody always has little disagreements at these conventions, but everything was very civil, very orderly, very nicely done. Considering this is like the most impressive Zoom meeting I have seen. I'm very impressed by this. So as everyone knows, national is up in the air for what we're going to do convention wise. That's been said by a lot of people. I'll just reiterate a few things. 4/20 is the date that we're going to really examine. I know, a little bit of humor there. That's 1 month out from zero countdown of national convention. Officially, the gavel in is 5/21, so 5/20 is the day before. So that's 1 month out, and we should know more by then. Currently, that convention venue is completely shut. So even now, no one can go there. As you know, a lot of states even air travel to there as a 2-week quarantine if you go there. So that's a problem. We'll let everyone know as soon as the LNC has more information. We're getting all kinds of good feedback from the convention committee. So hopefully we can all be there in person. If not, you guys just did a great example of all kinds of possibilities. So thank you for that. Yep.
I also mentioned, I don't think we hit 100. I think 98 was our peak participant list. So my upgrade didn't end up being necessary.
Yeah, you didn't get to test that. Yeah.
But, you know, if national is online, having a big 500 person thing at our disposal is good.
Yeah, that's good to know. I will pass that on. So excellent example. And
so yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, I guess LEC would have to talk about that. But if I had briefly reached out to other states to see if they had a larger capacity, so I would have to talk to LEC. But if there's another group that needs a 500 potential,
wow, that's great information. I will pass that on, and they can let the state chairs know. So yeah.
But yeah, everyone might say, Greg, that's a bad idea. So. All right. Anyone else while we're here? Informal stuff.
I'll keep Andrew awake until he gets that vote tally out. I'll go over to his house and bang on his windows if I have to.
Is there a specific distribution list I should send that out to? I can send that out pretty much immediately. I did notice we did not discuss any method for tie breaking for the, I think beyond the
just leave it as
alternate,
and the LEC will be responsible for breaking the tie.
Okay.
I would send it to me initially, and then I will distribute it to the LEC and all the state party officials and the
affiliate chairs.
Yeah, but actually CC me, Jamie Lewis, Larry Johnson on everything too.
Okay.
Dana, did you have something?
Yeah, the convention committee for the July convention is going to go ahead and start getting everything going. We're going to pretend that we're not going to be on house arrest in July. The venue is still just waiting. They said they've sanitized and cleaned, and they're just ready to be allowed to have visitors again. So we're going to start moving forward. We just kind of laid on hold till we got all this done, you know.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Should we schedule a convention committee meeting before or after the next LEC meeting?
As far as I'm concerned, the current iteration of the 2020 convention committee are we dissolved, or does the LNC have to dissolve us? I suppose we can have a retrospective meeting. Yeah, we'll have one retrospective meeting before the LEC meeting, just to.
Because we had already just started discussing the July meeting, so I thought we were just going to continue on.
It's a separate committee now.
Okay, so we can reformulate at the next LEC meeting, then maybe have a credentials meeting after.
There's
Sure.
already
We'll deal with everything.
Okay, we'll deal with it then. Yes, take a week off. Yes. Okay.
All right. So I'm going to end the meeting, which will end the recording. So I am going to be done. Bye, everyone.
Okay. I'd like to get the results of the presidential preference poll as soon as they're ready.
All right. I would anyone who's more familiar with if anyone's more familiar with the formulation of the instant runoff votes or whatnot, if they want to stick around.
I'm going to end the meeting because it's recording. You guys can talk offline. Like I mentioned,
Wow.
the 2004 Libertarian National Convention went to 6 rounds. So I've seen those results kind of tallied in a way. Additionally, Maine had 2 ranked choice voting state rep or whatever. So there might be other options to see how other people display that.
So yeah, I'll compile the raw results and show my work basically, and I'll submit those to the rest of the committee
Yeah,
for
I
audit,
can do that.
perhaps.
I'm kind of curious to play with it myself. So, all right, I have to end the meeting. So if anyone's talking about anything else, do it privately now because I am ending the meeting for all. In 3, 2, 1.